Hello. Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. How you guys doing today? I got my coffee. I'm still working on coffee, which I know surprises every one of you. It's pretty good. It's Martin Luther King Jr. Day in the United States, so I don't know how many of you are off work today and at home and chilling, and how many of you are still having to go into work anyway, but I hope you guys are having a good day. Falcon says it's Blue Monday. What does that mean? I don't even know what that means. Sophie says Monday certainly is one of the days of the week. Is it not your favorite day of the week? Doesn't everybody universally love Mondays? Isn't that a thing? I don't know. We watched the D&D movie last night, and it was so good. If you guys are interested in getting in on those watch parties, make sure you pick up the roll for that in the Discord. And the poll is still active, by the way, in the polls channel to determine what the best day and time is for future watch parties. I'm still trying to figure out what's best for the majority of people. But Sunday nights at 9 p.m. Eastern, or 9:30 p.m. Eastern seems to work okay. Next Sunday, we're doing The Mummy starring Brendan Fraser, which is one of my favorites. And I hope you guys like it too. It feels a little bit like I don't know, is it a cult classic? I mean, I don't even know if it's a cult classic or if it's just really like a new classic, you know, that everybody loves. It's a great film. Falcon says I'm listening to New Order. I don't know what that is. Karma says need coffee. Karma, please have some coffee. If I could give you coffee, I would. If I could share the coffee in the coffee pot in my kitchen, I would with every single one of you. Isn't that the nicest thing? Aren't I such a nice person? Falcon says Blue Monday. It's defined as the most depressing day of the year. Oh, wow. New Order had a great song called Blue Monday in the 80s. I'm not sure I know it, but now that Sophie says, how does it feel? I know it. I do know that one. Thank you for that. Alright. Blue Monday is usually the third Monday in January, which is always, by the way, Martin Luther King Jr. Day, so I feel like that's a little weird. How does it feel? Yeah, I'm familiar with that. To treat me like you do. Mummy's a fun film. It is. It is, isn't it? It's just great. I feel like that shaped, like, I was really into Egyptology as a kid, like, really into it, right? It was one of the reasons I wanted to, you know, grow up and be an archaeologist, and, you know, and part of the reason why I eventually did study anthropology a little bit, but, let me scroll up and make sure I get caught up on chat. Karma was here first, and Redeem first. Well done, Karma. You are killing it. You are killing it lately with the firsts. Let's see, Madish remains first in the firsts, first of the firsts, with 22, Karma with 13, Sophie with 10. Those are all great things. You guys are doing really well. Mug Wars are still ongoing. I don't know what the standings are for that, but I think we're doing well. We're halfway through the month, which means at the beginning of next month, we'll get to choose the person with the greatest number of mug points. We'll get to, oh gosh, that's not the right button. That's not the right button. Hold on, one moment. That's the right button. The person with the greatest number of channel points, we get to pick the color of the mug emote. And you know how we feel about coffee around here, so that's a high honor. That's a big freaking deal, you guys. Our current reigning champions, because we had a tie, Madish Moose, Brandel Savage, both incredible people. And they chose the current mug emote. Let's see. Sophie is here with the hype. Karma is here with the waves. Jambone is here, says, hi friend, I'm lurking. Hope you have an amazing stream. Jambone, if you can hear me, I hope you are having a great Monday and that you enjoy your lurk. Thank you so much for being here. Means a lot to me. Okay, now I'm scrolling. Let's see, Mug War leaders, Karma's leading that. There you go. Karma's just, like, determined this month. Karma is a machine. Do you guys have what it takes to take down the Karma jockey? I don't know. He's got, like horns on a helmet in his image. He's a former roller derby ref. So, you know, he's pretty tough. He's also a pretty cool guy, just saying. Falcon says, I was too old to want to be an archaeologist. Ever? I don't think that's, I mean, you're never, and by the way, you could always be an archaeologist at heart, right? I don't know what that would mean. I will tell you the greatest deterrent to me not actively at this very moment being an archaeologist is that I have bad knees. I have very bad knees. So, but I did want to. You know, I thought that would have been really cool. But you know, life happens, and now I just read about archaeology and keep up with stuff like that. So, that's cool. Falcon says, I wanted to be an astronaut so I can be in a horrible space accident and be rebuilt as Bionic Man. You know, I feel like that's an interesting goal. I mean, could you just like, you know, want to be like skip the horrible space accident thing and like skip ahead to maybe just, you know, being rebuilt as Bionic Man or being, you know, getting bionic implants or something like, I don't know, I'm feeling like RimWorld stuff. I don't know if you guys played RimWorld, but some really ridiculous stuff you can do there. If you ever want a game where you can commit acts of war, not acts of war, what am I trying to say? War crimes, there you go, that's the game for you, yay. But it is kind of fun. It's fun in a cozy way, you know, it's like war crimes in a cozy way. That's RimWorld for you. Sophie is determined to get Caribbean Shore, which is the sandy emote with like the blue tinge. Karma says, the color I like or the color that would be the most painful. It's your call. If you win, it's your call. But you still have to win. It's not yours yet. In full Viking mode, oh, the helmet, yeah, for sure. Falcon says that was the original story of the $6 Million Man. Oh, okay. See, I'm familiar with that being a thing, but I've literally seen none of it. So, okay. Guys, what are we up to today? Today we're playing Arena, which if you haven't been here for that before, it is fun and janky, and it might crash. It has crashed a couple of times, which leads me into our prediction of the day. So I hope you guys will, let's see, we'll get a prediction going, which will be, how many times will the game crash today? And I'll give you guys a couple minutes there to get your predictions in. Prediction is live. Historically, it's crashed 0 times, 1 time, and 3 times during a stream. So I'll let you guys decide how many it makes the best sense for your prediction. We have decided that if the game completely freezes to the point where I have to force it to stop and restart it again, that counts as a crash, because it crashes my spirits. But it's a fun game. 1994, the very first Elder Scrolls game. Like, none of it is still like a thing in Elder Scrolls, except for like some of the names. Like the names and the geography is the same, but like so much of it is different. Sophie says, I'm going with no crashes. I believe in Arena. That's very good of you. Notice she didn't say she believes in me. As Greg Lake believes in Father Christmas, so too do I believe in Arena's stability. Yeah. I don't know who Greg Lake is. Who's Greg Lake? I don't know who. Should I know who that is? I'm sorry. Falcon's going with Pi. 3.14159 crashes. That's your vote. Well, good luck to you. I'm hoping 0 crashes. I'm not gonna do anything to make it crash, you know. It's just a janky game that sometimes crashes. Karma says, darn, not working for me again. Worked yesterday on a phone. So weird. Did you, refresh maybe? I don't know how you refresh on a phone. Close the app and open the app again? I don't know. You do you, Karma. You know, if you can't vote, that's okay. Or predict, that's okay. I'm sure we'll have polls and stuff throughout the day today. Also, speaking of channel points, I did, those of you, the more astute of you, the ones who are, you know, obsessively checking my channel points and whatnot, channel point redeems and stuff, will notice that I canceled I canceled the channel point, the community channel point challenge that I set up yesterday for yesterday's stream, because I realized, and Booba Bay is not here to hear this, I don't think, and if he is, he's being very quiet, but Booba Bay was right. It was too many channel points. So I have to reassess. I'm gonna reassess and come back to it. So stay tuned for that. What else to stay tuned for? Arena today and tomorrow. Wednesday is Permadeath Skyrim. Sunday, I believe, will still be Arena. Will still be Arena. He was a progressive rocker, wrote a song called I Believe in Father Christmas. I don't know it. I don't know it. Spine Chills is here. Hey, Spine Chills, good to see you again. I saw you earlier in Mally's stream, which was fun. I always like Mally's streams. They make me laugh. It's just so, like, it's like a good vibe over there, you know? Refresh doesn't seem to work. Probably need to restart my phone at some point again. Yeah. Sophie, thank you for doing the shoutouts, by the way. Let's see. Okay. You guys ready for Arena? You guys ready? I might have to pull up a map at some point, because I do want to survive this dungeon and get out of it sometime this century. We're gonna put this over here. Putting this oh no. No. Oh no. Hold on. All of my windows resized and moved around in a way that I do not like. And that's actually going to be a problem. Okay. Okay. You know, crisis averted. We're good. Oh hey, you like 80s tunes? I mean, if you're even old enough for them. I do like 80s music. I was not aware of 80s music in the 80s. Let's just put it that way. Alright. I was alive in the 80s. Let's see. We're gonna go... Okay, we're good. Sorry about that. Things were breaking and being weird. Arena. We're gonna play some Arena. Oh, shoot. You know what? I forgot to do one thing. Hang on. Back to this screen. Guys, I'm a professional. I know what I'm doing. I know what the heck I'm doing. Please hold on. I thought I was ready for today, and I was mistaken. You're gonna drop something in the Discord? Awesome. Thank you for doing that. What did we decide for... Or we decided this. Okay. Enable this, disable that. Okay, now we're good. Sorry about that, everybody. Lo siento. Alright, for real, we are gonna play this daggone game. And it's gonna be fantastic. Welcome to my desktop, where lamps live. Okay. Hey, Aldo, how are you? Welcome. Hope you're having a fantastic Monday. I'm gonna let this play while I drink some coffee so people can read the basis of the game. I tried reading aloud. Every time I try reading it aloud, it cuts off before I get to the next page. Or it cuts the next page before I finish reading it. You alright? I'm doing alright, thanks. I'm having some coffee and still waking up a bit, but I'm having a good day. Alright, so here's the story. I mean, this music is fantastic, is it not? Just like rocking out to this right now. '90s MIDI music, I know. All right, there we are. And actually, 1 second again while I fix one more thing. I won't do this all day, I'm so sorry. I can't help myself sometimes. Why does this keep happening? There we go. I'm having issues where my, something I have set up somewhere is causing my playlist. Now I can't see my chat. All right, one more thing. Now we're good. Something I've set up somewhere is causing my playlist to mute itself. It's fun. It's very reminiscent of the original Civ music. Oh, I love Civ. You know, if you love Civ, you should follow Maddish Moose, who is one of my incredible mods and plays Civ 6 on Deity every Monday night. He's kind of a big deal. It's kind of a big deal. This is where we were when I totally didn't crash, when I had to bail because we had a tornado warning. So we are in the mines of something, right? Let me get you the story and what we're doing. We are some random person. We're playing as Juniper, who is a Breton ranger, and she's been tasked by Rhea Silmaine, who was a dead court wizard or something, to stop Jagar Tharn, who is pretending to be the Emperor Uriel Septim VII and has taken over the throne and sent the Emperor to like a plane of oblivion or something. So we have to stop him. And to stop him, we have to get this incredible weapon called the Staff of Chaos. The Staff of Chaos has been shattered into, I think, 7 or 8 pieces. And each of those pieces have been put in a different dungeon or something across Tamriel. And so we have to go get those pieces to cobble them back together to stop Tharn. So far we have, I want to say 4 or 5 pieces of the staff. In order to get each piece of the staff, we are basically sent on a fetch quest through a dungeon to get some item to bring it back to somebody else who can then use it to find the location of the next piece of the staff. So that's sort of where we are right now. You mean the original Civ? I remember when that stupid game dropped and I lost 3 days of my life. I mean, that's Civ even now. I don't think I've ever played Civ 1. I have played every Civ, just like Civ 2 onward. I've played all of those. I had Civ 2 on CD-ROM back in the day. I don't know. Alright. We are here. I need to heal and stuff. This is us. We're looking super cool. We got our golden welding mask, and we are dressed appropriately for combat. Let's see, I just want to make sure I've got stuff equipped. The stuff that I need, actually. Is this that right sword? It is. Okay, cool. I gave the original Civ to my classmates. They hated me for it. They lost weeks of their life to it. And yes, the original Civ, yeah. It's one of those games, just one more turn, you know? Can't stop playing it. I mean, time just passes when you're playing Civ. Alright. So we are good there. Let's see where we are on the map. We found scrapes in this area. Okay, so we're all the way down here. One more turn, 5 hours later, yeah. So I think we're just gonna explore. We don't have a clear idea of where we need to go, but I think we have to get to the next level in order to get, I think it's a piece of parchment or a map or something we're looking for in here. So we're gonna wander and just see what enemies we encounter and try to stay out of the lava, because lava is bad. I do have a spell that lets me see a little bit better. Oh, hi. Oh god, I forgot I killed that thing. Yeah, I really did kind of leave in a bit of a rush last time. Because of, we had a tornado warning at the end of this stream, and so I left it and just said, you know what, let's close this for the day. I'm gonna take a nap and heal. Green is health, by the way. The health bar in the lower left-hand corner. Green is health, not stamina. Red is stamina. Because that makes sense. Alright, we're healed. Excellent. I'm gonna use the Ring of Light so that I can see what's going on around me. That's better. And I'm gonna do a little save. You could tell I was really in a rush to get out of there. Mines of Khuras. Oops, there we go. Perfect. Alright. let's go. Yep, good to go. Sit up straight like an adult. Being an adult is boring. Just say. Actually, it's not. Being an adult is like literally the best because you get to do whatever the heck you want and you have money now to do things with. Being a kid sucks. I mean, being a kid is nice because you have all like that. You have the not a care in the world, right? But still.
Hey, look at what I got for watching the stream.
Hey, look at that. Wolf, thank you so much for the Prime sub. That means a lot to me because you have exactly one of those that you can use across all of Twitch, and you're choosing to use it here. Thank you very much for that. I hope you are continuing to enjoy being here and that you enjoy your emotes, your ad-free viewing, some extra channel points coming your way. I really do appreciate you. Thank you very much. Did you guys, speaking of Prime, did you guys see the new pricing model for Prime Video? I don't know if you guys saw that. I'm not thrilled about it. What is that noise? Do you guys hear that? I don't know which enemy is that noise. I'm trying to get used to recognizing the sounds of all the enemies in here. Let's go this way. To that pit, perhaps? Do we jump into the pit? Okay, I've already been here because I've opened that chest. Let's try this way. Gouges and scrapes in the rock here seem to indicate that something big passed by here not too long ago. This is the, okay, so that's the room with all the fire. Go this way. Okay, we got more gouges. Okay, that's the same room. How about this way? I wonder if I'm... I don't know. What is that sound? Coming from this direction? Oh, gosh, that scared me a bit. Could you not, buddy? Could you not, Iron Man? Oh, we gotta... Wait, there's a gong. Guys, gongs are good. Gongs mean we're going the right way. Going the right way. Let's do this. Okay. A little healing. Okay, we got some evil hellhounds. I think I'm gonna take a potion of fire resist. I mean, that seems like a good idea in this area. If I can find it. Resist fire. Okay. I'm gonna save too. Because you kind of have to spam save in here. Otherwise you will never progress. Let's have a look at the map. Okay. I don't know where we're going. We're just gonna wander. Let's try this way. Okay, what now? Okay. I got a whole bunch of skeletons. I don't know where they came from. If they got like an invite to come hang out with me here or something. Maybe they got my Twitch notification that I'm live. Ah! Okay, get out of the fire. What is that?
You were a fool to confront me, and now have paid the ultimate price. Even now, my servants go to fetch your mortal husk.
That was bound to happen.
You will serve me well through my years as Emperor. Once I have made you undead, perhaps I will even let you retain some of your memories, so that the price of your failure has meaning to you.
Alright. That's Jagar Tharn. And that's my first death of the day. My first death of the day. I'm so excited about it. The graphics and the mechanics are very Wolfenstein 3D and Blake Stone. I don't know Blake Stone. I've heard Wolfenstein. You know, getting them Nazis and whatever. But I don't know Blake Stone. This is 1994. I don't know when those came out. I don't know what was an inspiration to what. Yeah, I mean, I remember games like this growing up. I didn't really play them, but I remember them. I'm gonna do another healing potion. Yeah, and another save game. Because I don't like repeating myself. I don't like doing that. Blake Stone came out about the same time. Also, you running this in DOSBox or on compatibility mode. DOSBox. Okay, I don't know if this is right. There's a, what is that? Is that something in the distance? No, it's just the normal wall textures. Okay, I thought I was about to have a nice little swim in some lava. This is, I'm kind of regretting selling my Helm of Levitation because I think that would have been really useful here to navigate all of these pools of, ooh, is that loot? No. Well, that's disappointing. Running all this, what was I saying? Oh, it would be nice to not worry about tripping in the lava and falling and burning my face off. But I'll save that for my soon-to-come donut making at home, which is one of my New Year's resolutions, learning how to make a fantastic yeasted jelly-filled donut. Ah! Out of the water! Not the water, lava. But I am a little bit afraid of burning myself in the fryer oil, so that's my thought here. The lava is fryer oil. Hey Thuff! Thuff says, is it Tuff or Thuff? I'm sorry. Huge Elder Scrolls fan, don't think I've ever seen Arena. Okay, cool, yeah, this is my first time playing it. We do have a few people who stop by every now and then who are just, like, big Arena players, and they know all the ins and outs of the game. So they could tell you more than I can, but I am having fun. I'm having a lot of fun with this. It's the first Elder Scrolls game. There's not a lot in common between this and, like, Skyrim, though. Some of the geography is the same, but the gameplay is very different. T-Huff, got it. Am I enjoying it? Yes, I absolutely am. But in a this is silly and fun kind of way. Like, I'm somebody who just has fun playing pretty much anything. You know, I can usually find the fun in games. I'm looking for a healing potion. There it is. Heal true instead of heal false. The Talmenian says, I don't think you can run DOS software in 64-bit Windows out of the box. You know what? I'm really not sure. When I downloaded this from Steam, you can also download it from the unofficial Elder Scrolls page, by the way. It is free. It is a completely free game if that's something you guys are interested in picking up. This and Daggerfall you can get for free. It like sets you up with DOS right away. Bear's here! Guys, the one and only Berezovsky's here. Liz time. Arena time. Heck yeah, let's go. Bear, I had so much fun hanging out in your Starfield stream last night. It's, I know you've been really into WoW lately, but it's fun seeing you play something that I actually am familiar with. So I was glad I could catch a bit of that. I remember having that whole issue when I tried to play the OG Tomb Raider from disc. The, being DOS software. Yeah. That makes sense. I have not played that game. Would you recommend it? When did you play it? And if it was recently, do you think it still holds up? Let me see where I am. Joss is here. Hi, Joss. How are you? How are you feeling today? The Talmenian says, no, yeah, Steam and GOG package it with DOSBox. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, and thank goodness, because frankly, if it hadn't, I wouldn't know how to play this. I'm not somebody who is like very, I mean, I should be. I probably should make the effort to learn about how to operate everything on a computer, right? Like, I like when things are kind of out of the box, you know? Maddish Moose, hello friend, how are you? I was talking earlier about how people should follow you for your Civ content. We were talking Civ earlier, but people should follow you for all your content. Hope you're having a good Monday. Are you home today, Maddish? You don't have to work today, right? It's a holiday. You're pretty good. How are you? How am I and the puppies? I'm okay. I'm feeling better than I was feeling. Puppies are alright. Cider peed on me last night, so that's fun. I was hanging out talking to Uni, our mutual friend, and Cider peed on me. Thank you, Joss. You're home? Good. Good. Okay, we're gonna go this way. And could I please also have a shout out for Berezovsky when Maddish's well-earned and well-deserved shout out fades off the screen. No cider? Yeah. She's okay though. You know what? It's not like she peed on me because she meant to pee on me. She wasn't like, haha, screw you. It was like, she's asleep and she's like 12 and she has a weak bladder and sometimes she just has little accidents. What? Hang on, I gotta focus for a second because we got whatever that noise is. I hate you. Let me just wildly thrash my mouse about here. What else do I normally play? I'm usually a Skyrim streamer, but I've been trying to branch out into some other RPGs also. Lately it's just this in Skyrim though. Mines too. I do Skyrim permadeath on Wednesdays, and once we finish this, we're gonna go back to my Battle Mage playthrough in Skyrim for a couple weeks before moving into a couple other games. I haven't quite decided what yet. I've got a few games I'm eyeing. But I take suggestions. That's what you think? Oh, that she's not peeing on me intentionally? It's a sign of affection, says Karma. That could be it. New Civ tonight? Did you decide to re-roll after all, Maddish? Maddish is doing, this is a great segue. Maddish is doing a community a community challenge on his Civ games, where he's challenged his community to come up with, it's like the most ridiculous start. And he's playing with tech shuffle, he's trying to get a score victory, and he's playing as Babylon? Am I wrong? Who are you playing as? I can't remember. I don't remember which Civ you're doing, but there are volcanoes, so that's fantastic. Anyway, so speaking of, I also have a community challenge in the Discord you guys could be participating in if you're interested in helping shape one of the objectives for my permadeath thing on Skyrim. So if you're interested in participating in that, you can come up with a challenge that I have to overcome on permadeath. If that is something that appeals to you, it's in the Discord. Details are there. I would be interested to hear what you have to say. It's been suggested to do a vegan challenge, which I'm happy to do. But I do need to have a clear goal and objective. You know, I win if I do what, you know? Let's see. Skyrim's your jam? Nice. I mean, Skyrim's fantastic. Fallout 4? Do Fallout 4? I mean, I would play I would play Fallout 4. Maybe at some point. I have played some before, so it wouldn't be an entirely blind playthrough. And I kind of feel like I would prefer to do some more blind playthroughs than stuff I've played before. Just because there's so many games and I have a backlog, but there are games that that I want to go back to. I've been talking about playing Kingdom Come Deliverance again. I've been talking about trying the first Mass Effect again because I haven't finished it. I've been talking about Dragon Age. I've been talking about, oh gosh, I don't know. What about Starfield? I have streamed some Starfield. I have shelved Starfield for the time being because I don't think my system handles it very well when I'm streaming it, and it makes me unhappy. But the game doesn't quite... There's something about... So I was trying to play both Starfield and Skyrim at the same time on stream, and while I was playing Starfield, all I could think about is how I would rather have been playing Skyrim at the time. So I think I need to play more Skyrim and then take a break from Skyrim. Not shelve it forever, but take a break from it before going back to Starfield, because otherwise I'm just going to be comparing the two, and it's comparing apples and oranges even though they are both Bethesda games. Alright, I don't know where I'm supposed to be going. I like how I'm looking around like I know where I'm trying to get to. I'm mostly just trying to explore this incomplete part of the map, trying to find the door to the next level, because this is I think it's just a 2-level dungeon, I'm not sure. Then Fable, that's an awesome game. No building though. Okay, so this is a true thing. The two, I'm debating between, so I like to have like a balance between like big games, like hundreds of hours of games that you're going to want to put into it, and smaller games, and kind of move between the two. So for my next smaller game, I was thinking of putting a poll. I guess you guys are getting like a special preview of my, what's to come perhaps. A poll between some requested games, which were Fable, the Anniversary Edition, or whatever it's called. Is that right? Anniversary Edition? And the Vampires the Masquerade's Bloodlines, which was requested as well. So I'll probably put those two to a poll and see what the community generally thinks. Fable, awesome game, no building. Absolute same, so many bugs with your big outposts. Okay, so you feel the same way. Fable's incredible? Okay. Spineshell says, I'm heading out, might be back later. Cool. Well, thanks for being here for a little bit. I hope you have a great rest of your day, and maybe I'll see you later. Hope to see you, if not later today, maybe tomorrow. Or maybe in one of Mally's streams, where I am most mornings. Hey, Yak3D, good morning to you. Good morning. We're gonna go east, because it doesn't look like I have much this way explored. I'm listening for the gong or the drum, or the skeleton army to tell me that I'm going the right way. Is there even space in your Twitch title post the name of the vampire game? So I don't have to put it in the title, thankfully. It would just be the category. That game is long. What a ridiculous title. I can't even say it correctly. I have to think about it. And I feel like I've pluralized the wrong part of it. But supposedly it's very good. And I did pick it up in the Steam sale over the winter for a decent price. And it looks good. Looks like something fun. All hail the drum of progress for sure. Dong. Which is not the sound of a drum, but that's the sound that I just made in my head. Okay, I'm just gonna jump over here. Toward danger. I jumped toward okay, hang on. Press that button. Hey, Anna the archaeologist, how are you? How are you? Speaking of archaeology, we were talking archaeology earlier because in the Discord next Sunday, we're watching The Mummy, and we were talking about Egyptology and all the things I liked as a kid, etc. Hope you're having a good day. Happy Monday. Cider, are you coming up here? What are you doing? Cider is like, hey, pay attention to me. Just kidding. Just kidding. I don't want attention. Let's see here. Thanks, Sophie. Heal true. Okay. Uh-oh. Keep putting my weapon. Oh my god, I can't believe I killed him. I'm gonna save. Save like the scaredy cat I am. I really am quite afraid of all these enemies. Joss says, your drum sounded more like a drum than the game's wolf sounds like wolves. That's fair. That is fair, yeah. Though the game's drum sound does actually sound like a drum. Hey, Runner, how are you? Good to see you again. Happy Monday. How are you? I'm doing well, thank you. Hope you are also. Are you off work today, or do you have to work? Can't remember what you said in your stream last night, but I was glad I was able to catch like the very, very, very end of it. I gotta catch an earlier stream. I know you said, I think you're streaming today though, right? I'll give Cider attention if she needs. Oh, thank you, Sophie. I appreciate that. I'm gonna. Did I just save? Did I just save? I don't know. I'll save again just in case. Mines of K. Okay, here we go. Oh, hang on. Around you lie pools of seething lava welling up from deep below and releasing their gases into the air, which seems tainted but breathable. I don't like that. I don't like tainted gas to breathe. I don't know. Working away today, but slowly. Well, you know, hopefully it's a productive day, but not a stressful one. You know, like I don't mind working. You know, I like accomplishing things. I like feeling like I'm doing something. I like the feeling of productivity. You know. I feel like I literally just saved. I'm just compulsively saving now. I'm gonna take another potion of healing because I don't want to die. How about that? The Mummy is an excellent movie. Yeah, it's one of my faves. I'm really excited. The time and date, we're still trying to figure out the best time and date for watch parties in the Discord. There is an active poll if you don't like the current time and date. We're going to be adjusting it and kind of keeping an eye on that over time. But please join us if you can. Everyone's very, very welcome. Ronan says, taint gas sounds sus. Indeed it does. Welcome in the morning. Good to see you again. Good to see you. Where am I? The heck am I? I don't know. I don't know where I'm supposed to go. You really enjoyed that movie too. I remember going to see it in theaters. It was so fun. I saw it in theaters also. It was one of those movies that my dad and I and my siblings, we all watched together a lot. Like any occasion we had, we like watch that one. Okay, so that's dead, but there's something else growling nearby. And it's not my stomach, so that's nice. Okay, these just materialized out of nowhere, right? Like they weren't there a second ago. Bear says, my day has been non-stop investigating. I haven't been able to find anything I need this morning and I'm over it at work. Oh, I'm sorry. That sounds really frustrating, like when you're trying to get something done and you just can't. Especially when it's like because you're waiting for other people to do things that they said they were gonna do and they haven't done yet. That is my least favorite thing. That's not true. My least favorite thing are cake donuts. We've discussed this. Investigating sounding cool until I read the rest of your message. Yeah. Bear says to Runner, I don't want to think this hard on a Monday morning. I suggest coffee. Have you had coffee? Please have coffee. I saw The Mummy on a pirate DVD my dad got from a friend at work. Nice. That's good. I like that your dad was pirating things. Okay. I'm gonna do this. Oh no, I'm gonna take another potion. That was very bad for a second there. Oh no, okay, and it became bad because I misclicked. Well, there's my second death of the day. Oh, my mortal husk. That sucks. I'm rather attached to my mortal husk. Yeah. Alright, thanks. Thanks, Thorn. Down 2 cups. Gotta stay hydrated now, though. Yeah, might grab a coffee this afternoon. We shall see. Yeah. Well, I hope you stay hydrated, but I hope the coffee helps and kicks in eventually. Spartan Antonio, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. At work, gonna lurk. Awesome. You lurk away. I hope you have a productive work day. That's what we were just chatting about. And thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Sophie says, I think I might have done, actually. Oh, no. What? I'm lost. But did you watch Pirates of the Caribbean on Pirates DVD? Oh, yeah. Okay. That makes sense. And Bear's lurking, also back to work. Have fun, everyone. Thanks, Bear, for lurking here. Hope you have a great day and that productive day and the caffeine kicks in and all that stuff. Thanks to all my lurkers. T-Huff is lurking too. And so is Runner. Also going to be in and out while working. Happy to be here. Awesome. Guys, thanks for hanging out with me and making my stream part of your workday as you guys are getting stuff done. I'll try not to scream too much in your ears. I'm like, running away from things. But I appreciate you guys being here. Thanks to all my lurkers. You guys are the best. Love my lurkers. Alright, we're going to continue here. Load the heck out of that game. And did I kill that big scary thing at this point, or is he still in my future? I think he's in my future. I feel like on the other side of this puddle of lava is the big scary iron dude. So I'm gonna do a resist fire, because there's fire there. And I'm gonna do a resist, or not a resist, a potion of heal true. For some health. Josh says to Sophie, I feel like I can't even be mad about that. The pirated Pirates of the Caribbean thing? Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Okay, so here's big scary dude. Can I kill him? And for those of you who have not played this game before, you attack things in this game by right-clicking and moving your mouse around. This is me moving my mouse in different directions, so that's what that is. So if you're ever wondering, gosh, she's very bad at this. A, you're right, but B, also, the controls don't make it easy. The controls are... Sophie says, you can't make a movie about how piracy is sometimes the correct course of action and expect me not to learn that lesson. Sophie, that's hilarious. I'm a big fan. Okay, so these definitely just appeared from nowhere. They were not there earlier. Mines 2. We're gonna save over that. The Talmenian says, I've tried it a few times. The towns are so big and I get dizzy. The towns are just... So my understanding, and granted I am not an expert on this game by any means, but I've read a little bit about it. My understanding is that the games are randomly generated. So even though it has the same, the people and, places between different save files or whatever, in your save file, the location of the Mages Guild, for example, is not the location of my Mages Guild in the same town, in a different save file. So it's hard to navigate. I find it a little tedious that to find things, you mostly have to triangulate the buildings by asking people, where is this? Over and over again, and they kind of say, oh, I think that's west of here. That's kind of annoying, but I also wish there were like better side quests in this. Golly, I'm talking. Who's attacking me right now? I don't see. Just a fireball flew past my face, and I can't tell what its origin is. Yeah, so I wish there were better side quests. Because it's really just the main quest, right? And some artifact quests and a bunch of fetch quests. Spartan Antonio says, I think Arena has the coolest attack mechanics, kind of like Legends of Zelda Skyward Sword on the Wii. I haven't played that. I haven't played a lot of Zelda. Would you recommend that game? I imagine because it's the Wii, you're also swinging the Wiimote around, right? Noisy Cricket says, hail me. Everybody, can I get everybody to please hail Noisy Cricket? Just like a quick second. All hail Noisy Cricket. Good to see you. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. Happy Monday. I hope you have some coffee. Sophie says, I hate it. I hate it when the game attacks you while you're doing a bit to camera. Yeah. I like when you say doing a bit, as if I'm intending to do anything. Doing a bit. This is something I've planned. I have some coffee. I might need more coffee here in a bit, actually. I didn't have much coffee at all yesterday because I was not feeling well. Okay, I need to find the source of that fireball. Is it this way? Okay, it was, I think, because something else came from that direction. So we're gonna do, I think that was resist shock. Now that I saw it again, it was kind of sparkly. I don't know if that's the right move, but that's what I'm gonna try. I will also try healing again. Joss has a quote going. Let's see. It says, reading is bad for you. That's... I don't know when I said... Okay, why am I stuck? Oh, there's literally a ghost right... That's what it was. That little sliver... That little sliver of a shadow there. That was a ghost. And here's another one. No wonder I was having a hard time seeing them. No wonder that fireball felt like it came out of nowhere. The lights went off. Let me turn the lights back on. Sophie with the hype. Sophie hype hails Noisy Cricket. Good old hype hail. Noisy Cricket says, can confirm when it comes to COD, I'm way better at keyboard and mouse than I am at controller. Okay. I don't think I've ever played Call of Duty. Oh, guys, look! We found it. This is our destination, the blue dot. We found the blue dot. That's the stairwell. That's where we're heading. Coffee says, blood coffee concentration has dipped below therapeutic levels. Yes. Okay, so we gotta go northwest. Over here, perhaps? In this room? Yes. Sophie says, I always call it doing a bit to camera despite not having a camera, so between us we make one complete bit to camera. Perfect! What a team we are. Thank you. Joss says, I think that quote was right after a black book sucked you into Apocrypha. Yeah, that makes sense. That does make sense. And by the way, I've completely lost track because my mods are doing incredible work in the background, and I have to say thank you again to my mods. But speaking of mods, Sophie, have you gotten a shout out today? If not, could somebody please give Sophie a shout out? Because you guys should be following Sophie too. Sophie streams lots of fun things, including Skyrim. And that game I can't think of the name of. The one with the Horizon Zero some. That one. Horizon Zero some. And Lego stuff. Hurrah indeed. Karma says, inhales noisy cricket, looks confused, coughs noisy cricket back out. Why did you make me do that? Not inhale. Hail. Hell yeah. Noisy cricket says, even though I hate COD, but my girlfriend wanted to play, and my personal PC is poopy, I run it at like 80 frames on minimum graphics. I've never played. But it's nice of you to play because your girlfriend wants to play. No map? Okay, no map for 10 minutes, you guys. I hear something awful. So we're gonna run away. You see a shaft that leads down to another level. Okay, so we're gonna save this. We're gonna call this, we'll just call it Mines of K. Just map, no map. No map for 10 minutes. You enter the bowels of the mines, aware that all around you lie creatures that have come to call this forsaken place their home. Mines of K, is that where ketamine comes from? I can't remember what the name of this mine actually is. I could tell you if I could look at my map. Or actually, I think I can look at my quest log. Just stand by, because this is... here we go. It's the Mines of Khuras. I just couldn't remember the name of this when I went to save, so I just kind of was like, Mines of K something. So as discussed, we have to go to the Mines of K, Khuras, to get, I think, a map or a piece of parchment or something, which then we have to take back to the priest at Camlorn's Brotherhood of Seth. And then he'll tell us where the Crypt of Hearts is located, so we can get the next piece of the Staff of Chaos. You prefer Mines of Ketamine? Okay, well, we can just pretend it's Mines of Ketamine then. I don't encourage that. There is an absence of light in the area, only adding to the forlorn feeling of abandonment. Why can't I talk today? I'm gonna pretend like that's a thing that is different from a normal stream of mine. Because, to be fair, usually I can't talk. Go, this way? There's no real idea of where to go here. Noiser Cricket said I had to explain to my friend why I carry tampons in my first aid kit last night. Yeah. Although, generally, if you're gonna be plugging a bullet hole, you might wanna... I don't know if tampons are necessarily always the best choice. Probably depends on the caliber of bullet. Before you is a cunningly disguised secret door, and the flow rating, if you will, of the tampon. Guys, let's talk tampons. Should we talk tampons here? Is this what we're doing now? What brands do you prefer? We brought up tampons, and now I feel like we're just talking tampons. Should we talk about the pink tax? Civilian instinct lot is poop. Well, 100% Tampax? Tampax. Before you is a oh wait, hang on, are we here? Before you is a cunningly disguised secret door leading to another section of the mines. Well, okay, I'll just click on things. One of the, Spartan Antonio says, I think Skyward Sword is an amazing game, but it's definitely a workout. The Wii Remote is the sword. The nunchuck attachment, which I completely forgot about, by the way. The nunchuck attachment controls the shield, and the Wii sensor follows the direction of the remote, so you have to look around to actually fight things. That is super cool. That sounds like fun. Hi Cider. Are you sitting with me? Sophie, enjoy your lurk. Side, are you coming up here to say hi? You can sit with me. Come here. Guys, Cider says hello. She says hi. She says, I peed on a Liz last night. Out of spite. Out of spite. She has yet to give me any of the sweet potato in the fridge, and I know it. I know it's there. And I want it. I crave it. I demand it. And yet she denies me. Sorry, Cider. You sit here. Thank you. Alright. Uh-oh, I'm getting tangled. Let's see. Everybody follow Sophie. Puppers, yeah. She's the best. She's my little dog. Tampons were invented during the Civil War to plug bullet wounds. I don't know if that's true. Do you have a source for that? I'd like to read about it. That sounds actually really interesting to me. I like that sort of stuff. Okay, we're gonna get back into the game. And let's see where this secret door leads us. There we go. All right. Yeah, if you, I can't remember if you're in our Discord or not, but if you're not, please feel free to join if you want to put any information about that there. I'm not joking. I would be very interested to read about it. Okay, so we found the cunningly disguised secret door, and now we're gonna go through it because we're predictable. Because if you show me a secret passageway, I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take that secret passageway. I almost looked at my map, which is banned right now. Let's go this way. I almost fell in the pit. Okay, there's a thing. Oh, ow. Okay, I did fall in the pit. Perfect. I'm gonna take a potion. To keep myself alive, perhaps. North. Let's get a line just right so I can get out of this daggone pit. Okay. And, I can't remember what that thing is shooting at me. I'm gonna try, I think, shock, maybe? Kinda like Xbox Skyrim Connect, where you had to walk around in order to move in-game. And also remember the words for the shouts. I like that. I like having to remember the words for the shouts. I think that's fun. Okay, I'm not meant to kill this thing, I don't think. I killed it and then fell off the other side. Alright. This might be wrong. I'm gonna, heal. There are enemies nearby. Something's attacking me. We're gonna do, a healing potion. And I'm gonna run this way. Okay, I guess. It's like every time I think, hey, I'm gonna do this, something in the game prevents me from doing the thing I'm about to do, like mid-sentence and mid-thought, which is why I sound like I'm having a meltdown. You remember yelling Fusroda at your Xbox all the time? Yeah, I don't know a lot of the shouts other than Fusroda, of course. I know the first word of Whirlwind Sprint is wound. I know the first word of become ethereal is like fine. Fine Z. I think there's like a Z noise after that, perhaps. But beyond that, I'm not really sure I know them. Those are the ones I use most often, if you can't tell. I like Become Ethereal. Joss, our incredible mod, gave me the idea to use Become Ethereal to stay alive when... You know, I don't want to be in here. To stay alive... Maybe I do want to be in here. When a dragon is breathing fire in my face, and it has been one of the best tips I've ever gotten to play Skyrim. It has been incredibly helpful. It has changed the way that I have played Skyrim. It's made me a little bit less of a coward when it comes to fighting dragons, which is part of the game, right? One of the best parts of the game. I don't know what's attacking me, but I hate it and I'm afraid. Okay, it's a spider. I should just know that because, as we know, spiders...
You were a fool to confront me, and now have paid
That's
the
the noise
ultimate...
they make. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What's going on here? My phone is blowing up, which always makes me think something awful is happening. And I just want to make sure that something awful is not happening. So please give me 1 second while I double check this. Okay, we're good. We're good. Yeah, thank you, Joss. Again, I feel like I've thanked you before, but I will continue to thank you because it continues to be incredibly helpful. We're gonna load this game. I don't know where I am. We're just gonna go with it. We'll do a resist shock. We'll do a healing potion. I will try to sit up if Cider lets me. Trying to sit up straight. But Cider is on my lap right now. She's probably peeing on me. Ooh, the action zone band. Let's look at our map. Let's look at the map and see if we can figure out where we're meant to be. Okay, so here's the green dot. Again, oh, wait, I don't know if there's a second, another level we have to get to. If so, we're looking for a blue dot. If not, we're just looking for whatever we're looking for. I'm gonna try exploring over here, perhaps. I don't know. And what I did last time was kind of just wander. Okay, I gotta kill that thing over there, perhaps. Stop shooting that stuff at me, it's mean. It's mean. We wander for, you know, like half an hour or so, and if we can't find it, we look at a map and figure out where we're meant to be, you know, because otherwise this just becomes getting lost and killing the same enemies over and over and over again. But last stream, we did very well. This is moving. It's just another secret passageway. This place is full of secret passageways. Heck yeah. Bag, amulet. Oh, my inventory's full. So much for that. Karma says, I like doing that for the first dragon breath. Then I know if I need to put on resist fire or resist cold gear. That's clever, because I know you carry both. Or at least a ring, right? Like the ring that makes you super resistant to those things. That's a good idea, too. I don't know what the crystals do, but it doesn't matter, my inventory's full. Save. I've been watching people play a lot of Skyrim lately, which I know shocks you guys. But it's been making me feel like I want to do like a very slow-paced game. But I don't know if you guys would enjoy that. Would you guys enjoy like survival mode? Like legendary difficulty, just like taking like 3 years to finish the game? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if that would be tedious, but I like tedium sometimes. And I feel like my streams are a little bit of... Okay, I can't quite... I'm trying to get out of this pit so that I can attack whatever is killing me. I can't. I'm just gonna die here. I'm frozen. Am I... Guys, I might actually be stuck in place. Am I paralyzed? No, but I'm able to spin. I'm just gonna die. You know, I'm just gonna reload.
You were a fool to confront me!
I didn't reload fast enough. What was I saying, though? There's a couple of things that I've been interested in doing in Skyrim. I've been interested in doing a Legacy of the Dragonborn playthrough. I've done a little bit of that off stream, but I wouldn't mind restarting it because I'm not too far into it. And if that's something you guys would want to see on stream, I want to make sure that I don't do a whole heck of a lot of it off stream first. At the same time, I also want to do a vanilla playthrough where I'm getting all the achievements I don't have. And I thought it'd be fun to try Requiem at some point, which is like an RP overhaul. So there's a lot of things a-brewing in my noggin, and I don't know which I want to do. I don't know. Cozy house building where you collect as much of the materials as you can yourself. Yeah, that sounds like fun to me. Like, I would do that. You've wanted to run Lexi's Legacy of the Dragonborn pack, but my computer would go grr. Yeah. I'm not familiar with that specific. Is Lexi different than the regular Legacy of the Dragonborn? I don't know Lexi. I'm very bad at remembering the names of mod authors unless they happen to hang out in my chat. We have a few, which I'm, you know, very fortunate to have some really cool people hang out here. Speak of the devil. Speaking of really cool people, not a mod author, but really cool people nonetheless, Booba Bay is here. Hi Booba, how are you? Good to see ya. Talmenian says, I can barely run the Phoenix flavor, and even when I do, the areas don't load to. I don't know what the Phoenix flavor is. What is that? Lexi makes a mod pack based around Legacy of the Dragonborn. Oh, okay. See, I don't know mod packs. All of these sort of things, you need Vortex for that, don't you? I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I don't know what I'm talking about sometimes. A lot of the times. But I will admit that I don't know it, at least. I mean, I'm not going to BS you guys. Actually, that's wrong, Bubba. I just died, so let me get that corrected. I literally just died. Here we go. The Phoenix flavor is another mod pack, but originally designed as a guide to teach people how to mod the game. Oh, how about that? Maybe I should do that. Booba Bay mods real life. Yeah, that's possibly accurate. Booba, you missed it at the beginning of my stream, but I had a moment where I said, and you can watch my VOD back. In fact, you know what? I'm not going to tell you what I said. You just have to watch my VOD. No, I said, Booba Bay was right. Booba Bay was right. It was too many channel points for the community challenge. I thought about it. I did the calculations. I was like, yeah, that's not going to happen. So I gotta reassess that. So if you contributed to my channel point challenge yesterday, the community one, I refunded you your channel points, and we'll start again once I get it figured out. So you can bask in being right for a little bit, Booba. But I'm not gonna make it like 10K because I know better. All right, we're gonna load the game. I think we're just Mines of K, not Mines of K2. Mines of K2 is something different. K2. Alright. We're gonna go this way. Okay, there's the ghost that literally just killed me. Can I get out of here and kill it? Jagar Tharn was right. Probably Elenwyn at some point in history. Elenwyn. Remind me who Elenwyn is. I'm sorry. I can't think of it. The name is so familiar and I can't think of who it is. Say it again. Who's right? Yeah, but don't make me do this. You're better than that. Okay, I can't get out of here. Josh says, well, while trying to photograph a leak, I almost said a link. In fact, I might have said link. While trying to photograph a leak under the sink, I just discovered for the landlord. The toddler pulled a glass pitcher off the counter and it shattered everywhere. No! Little man, don't do that to Joss. What are you thinking? Why would you do that to her? Joss, I'm so sorry. That's definitely a hot Garbo moment. I have to agree with you. To be fair, I don't think the Thalmor would have liked... Oh, yeah, Elenwyn, yes. As soon as you said Thalmor, it clicked. Thank you for that. I don't think the Thalmor would have liked him much because he wasn't an elf. Yeah. If you... I don't spend a lot of time with Thalmor in the game if I can help it, so I don't have all their names memorized. Booba said people donated generously for arenas. Actually, we somehow pulled 150k. Okay. All right. I gotta think about it. I do have better viewership now though than I did at the time, so I wasn't sure. Karma said evil chick at the Thalmor embassy. Yes, I know. Ellen wins the ambassador Skyrim for the Thalmor. Thank you. The dog ran over to wade through the glass confetti. No. You gotta get your dog, will your dog wear little booties around the house? I put them on cider once and she was like, no. She just lied down and was glared at me. She was like, don't do this to me, dummy. Tharn did oppress the Somerset Isles as well. Really? I didn't know that. Didn't really care, just oppressed the whole empire. Well, I believe that. I do believe that. Actually, I put booties on Cider once. Not Cider, Chaco once. And he did that thing where he was like, what is this? And then he just froze. Like, he just would not move. He didn't lie down. He looked at them once and then just kind of like stood in place and was like, I hate everything. Which is what he does if I ever put clothing on him. Cider's good with clothing. In fact, sometimes she needs clothing because she gets very cold easily. But Chaco's not about it. Hey, Wolf G, welcome back. Hello, chat, and I am back to watch. Fantastic. I just died. I'm trying to decide how I can get out of this hole without having a ghost kill me. I went the wrong direction. That was one approach. Let me took the... Oh, no, well, okay. Well, I guess I'm just destroying walls now. Nope, I just wasted that altogether. Perfect. Only so many charges, and I messed it up. I mean, I assume he did, as he pretended to be the Emperor and wasn't exactly a good guy. Yeah, that's... I mean, you're probably not making a bad assumption, although I don't know what he did specifically in his evil reign. I wonder if there's some lore about that. There's a book somewhere that we can read. It'd be cool to... I don't think I can get out this way, guys. I'm just gonna find another exit. Because every time I go that way, I just get blocked by a ghost. Wolf G says, at work, I had to put truck delivery away. Ugh. That sounds like a lot of work. I mean, I guess that makes sense since you're at work, but still. I want you to have to work at work. We're gonna go south, and then we're gonna U-turn. That's the plan. U-turn to the west. A western U-turn. Is this a door? Is one of these a door? How do I get out of here? Is this a door? Ah, it is. Okay. U-turn to the west. Western U-turn. Let me get my weapon back out, because I know there's a ghost around. Here it is. These are the jerks that were making it so I couldn't get out of that hole. And now they're dead. Again. Because they were ghosts. Now they're extra dead. Extra dead. Talmanian says, yeah, I'm trying to see if I can find anything mentioned. Got it. Yeah, that makes sense. He did kill Mariah Carey. She was a fool. Yes. Yes. Uh-oh, okay, well I didn't mean to click on this, but so we are gonna take over this save file and call this Mines of Khuras. Alright. Where are we? I ask that as though that's going to help me decide where to go. I guess I just kind of want to continue to explore areas I haven't been. Okay, we got another ghost. Another ghost. These ghosts are kind of like angry tornado men, right? It's kind of like a funnel cloud. She was a fool. Okay, we got some groaning. So I don't know. Did I just walk in a circle? I think I just walked in a circle, guys. All right, let's try circling to the other direction. I should look at the map occasionally just to look for secret passageways. Okay, this looks precarious. Oh, yep, okay. That's not, okay, hang on. These dudes, they just popped up out of nowhere. They didn't render very quickly, which I hate. I'm gonna take a potion of health, and then I'm gonna follow it up with a potion of resist shock. I think they're doing shock damage, but I could be mistaken. I don't know how to test that. I'm just guessing based off of the appearance of the things they're throwing at me. The appearance of the projectiles. So we will heal true. And I will immediately mash the G key on my keyboard and then try resist shock. And then again for another heal true, because I don't want to risk this. I'm not at full health. And I don't want to die here. To these stupid things. Jump across the chasm and fall into the chasm and then kill the thing. Okay, done. We did it. I'm gonna save. Save over Mines of K. It's the original save file. I like that there's treasure in the distance. That inspires me to move that direction. I feel very inspired. Climbing everything here is awful, though. Hard to get out of the pits. Because they're the pits, let me just say. They're the pits, you guys. Failure? Ugh. Let me in there. Thank you. Okay, I just want the gold. Oh, that reminds me, the other thing I was thinking about doing. How would you guys feel about a Skyrim playthrough where I don't use money? Like, I just don't pick it up, and then I have, like, a survival mode playthrough where I, like, camp or something and don't stay at inns and have to get my own food and stuff. I don't know. That could be fun. That's a yes. You like that idea? I don't know. Booba, I don't know if you saw on the Discord, but I did get the thing set up for the community challenge thing for my Skyrim permadeath. Go check it out if you want. I did list all the things for, oh, here's the Discord thing. I did list all the things that I was thinking about for, that would make the vegan challenge especially challenging. Oh god, that was a heck of a jump. It's like a world record Olympic jump there. But I thought, what is that awful noise? Breathing, so it's probably a spider. As we know, spiders are the ones that make breathing noises in this game. Okay, they came out of like a hidden passage, right? There's a hidden passage there. One of the things I didn't talk about yesterday when we were talking about the community challenge was the use of soul gems, which would not be vegan, so I wouldn't be able to use soul gems or enchanted anything. So it really would be incredibly challenging. Spartan Antonio said, easy solution to take out the flying enemies is pull out a gun. Yeah. Just imagine. Just hand cannon, just mow everything down. I think I'm actually going to take a really quick break here. I'm out of coffee, which is sad. So let me take a break. I'm going to get some ads out of the way, and I will be back in like 3 to 4 minutes. So if you guys want to take a break yourself, please do. Please go stretch your legs, take care of yourself, get some water, and I will see you shortly. Thanks for being here. see this. I'll spare you, but I just noticed, that my sleeve has bleach on it, and that makes me very sad. I really like this shirt. I don't know what happened there. I was probably clean. I should probably just not clean. Cleaning sucks. Let's not do it. Let me get caught up on chat. Did you guys take a break? I hope you guys took a nice break. Stretched your legs. I hope I'm off of mute. I think I am. Yeah, looks like I am. Let's see. My earphone back in. Wait, so I can hear what's happening. Alright. Let's see. Spartan said BRB. Hey, Val. Val says, sorry, I'm late. I inferred the word sorry there, and I'm glad that you didn't actually say sorry, because I was gonna say you don't have to apologize. I mean, is there really such a thing as late? Just happy you're here. Thanks for being here. Okay, hang on. How about a gentleman playthrough where you don't fight women? Asks Booba Bay. I don't know how well that would work in reality. Like, I feel like I would just be... Is there no main quest where you have to fight a woman? I can't think... And I think it would be really hard to discern at a distance, you know, which is someone's sex. I don't know. Josh says, oh, soul gems, good point. Does anyone want a 2-year-old? No, I'm good, thanks. Thanks for asking, though. It's very nice of you to offer. Does your 2-year-old know yet that he's about to be a big brother? How does he feel about that? Karma asks, could you use soul gems ethically sourced from Spriggans? I don't know. I don't understand how that works. Hi, T-Huff. You lurk away. Okay. How does that work? How would it be ethically sourced? I gotta think about that. I don't know enough about Spriggans. A what? Asks Booba Bay. A 2-year-old, I think. The Talmenian says in 390... God, I'm mixing up the numbers. In 397 of the Third Era, Jagar Tharn tried to manipulate a war. And in 398, he tried to invade the Battle Spire, where Imperial battle mages are trained, and failed, but the Battle Spire was destroyed. So I think we're in 391 right now, so I guess that means that he isn't killed as a result of this game. I'm not really sure. And I'm trying to remember when Daggerfall takes place, because it's not too far after. That might be the event of the events of Daggerfall. Karma says, no thanks, I'm full. Oh my god, get out of here, Karma. According to player monologues in Arena, he enforced higher taxation upon the Empire. Okay. That makes sense. Late to Arena. There you go. That made it. Okay. Josh says, guess what? While cleaning up broken glass from the pitcher, the toddler somehow pulled a water glass off the table and broke that too. I'm canceling the rest of the day. Josh, do you need to just go? I'm so sorry. Go wrap little man up in bubble wrap. And, bind his arms to his sides. Spriggans are plants, you can eat them, right? Well, they clearly have some sort of soul, right? Because they're animated. But I don't know how that works exactly. I need to know that information in order to tell you whether that would work for the playthrough. Well, we can figure that out. The first incident was Shadow Key and the second was Battle Spire. The game was supposed to end in 399, but of course it's a funny one because you can beat the game before you reach 399. Okay, yeah, I'm not really sure. I had actually taken the time to write down all of the timelines, like the years for each of the games and how much time passed between each of the games, but that piece of paper is not within arm's reach. Unfortunately, I moved it, and now I regret moving it, because I would like to refer to it right now. Booba says, sorry I was gone. The gentleman playthrough, did you answer? I did answer, and I don't know if I'd be able to tell who was male and who was female, if I was trying to avoid that. It'd be really challenging, and also possibly impossible. Are there any main quest women you have to kill? I can't Oh god, let me think about the main quest line for a second. Are the dragons all guys? I don't know. I don't know. But you could try it. I know you're anxious to get some streaming going. Do they make baby-sized straitjackets? Don't Google that. You're gonna get in trouble. The FBI will storm your house. Yeah. Okay, let's get back into Arena. Back to Arena. Da 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 da. Do 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 do. I don't know what noise that is. Delphine? Well, you don't have to kill Delphine. Although I know you want to. Cider, what are you doing? Are you sitting with me or what? Cider wants to sit with me, I think. Ugh. Hang on. Hang on, Cider. Okay. Get out from under there. Google what? What are we Googling? I don't even know. I don't know what I said. I don't know what we said. We should- well, fair enough. Cider! That's not Cider. It's like a Rottweiler or something. It's cute, though. Josh says, I think there are some female Draugr in Bleak Falls Bear. Yeah, oh, okay. Hey, Cider, you wanna lie down? Yeah, there's like a bandit in the first thing that's a woman, but I guess you don't have to kill her. The speedrunners just breeze right past her. Dexy were here. We could ask Dexy, who does all the speedrunning. Dexy would know what are the core objectives of the main quest line and who you necessarily have to kill in order to complete the game. But I'm afraid I'm drawing a blank because I spend more time doing things that aren't the main quest line than the main quest line. Some of them are bound to be, right? I mean, probably. Probably. I don't remember anything about the dragon priests always being men. Members of the dragon cult. We're gonna try jumping this. Ooh, heck yeah. Oh, heck no. Heck no. Oh no. Did I die again? Of course I did. Of course I did. Dagnabbit. Does this song remind anybody else of, like, Lord of the Rings? Alright, that's enough Jagger. I'm gonna start calling him something else, but that wouldn't be very PG-13. I'm gonna save, load... I think we just said Mines of K, right? Okay. Is this... Okay, we're gonna jump over here. No. Let me in. Okay. Val says, oh, by the way, I'm in Labyrinthian right now. Nice! I haven't played much in the past week, but I had a good session last night. I'm so glad you're having fun with Arena still. Val's character looks a lot like our character, by the way. Our character, of course, looks super fly. Ready for battle. Ready for anything. Yeah. We look quite similar. Are you also playing, Breton? I know you're not Ranger, Val. You are playing Breton, though. Are you Mage? Are you playing Mage? You've told me. I'm sorry that I can't remember. Spartan Antonio says, start a new game in Skyrim. I'm gonna finish all the side quests I can before actually doing anything more with the main quest. Yeah, a lot of people do that. A lot of people do that. I've been kind of embracing, Karma Jockey's a big fan of this philosophy that the main quest, though, is sort of like the prequel to the rest of the game because it gives you a lot of the powers and shouts that you can use for the rest of the content, and I kind of like that idea, so I've been kind of embracing that, except that sometimes I like to, like, not be the Dragonborn for a bit, so I'll do a different start, and when that happens, like, I like wandering around and avoiding the main quest for a little while. So I guess it depends on what kind of playthrough I'm doing, but I think you should do whatever makes you happy and what makes you have fun in the game. Josh says, one of the Thalmor that you're forced to fight in the basement of the Thalmor Embassy has a female voice actor, I think. Okay. Well, you know what? I just think that challenge would be very difficult to do, and if not impossible. And I also think it could be, I don't know, something that could cause people to, like, get into a lot of, like, little mini debates and chat, and I really don't want to avoid that. I really want to avoid that. I want this to be just, like, a place where people can have fun and have, you know, some lighthearted conversation and vibe, and not have to, you know, get into that. What it means to be a gentleman and talk about feminism and stuff, and I'd like to just sidestep that, I think. Although it does sound like it could be a fun it does sound challenging, I will say. You definitely couldn't be a stealth archer. You could be a stealth like ninja or something, like walking really close to people. I don't know. Karma says, there are some women you have to get by into the Black Reach. Okay, yeah, well, you don't have to kill them. It'd be difficult to get past them. We both have Bretons. Nice. Breton Knight. So close. We're doing similar stuff. Spartan says that I'll finish all the major quests before the main quest, like College, War, Dawn Guard, Thieves, Dark Brotherhood. Okay, so like the faction stuff. Yeah, that's fun. I've done that before. It'll be unnecessarily difficult. I hear you, Karma. Would be a mod nightmare. Yeah, and I don't want to, my mods do so much already. Thank you. My mods are the best. The very best. Thank you, guys. I don't want to give you guys extra work. Might just go with a pacifist build. Okay, let's get out of this. We need to find the parchment and or the map and or the tablet, the crystal, the thing. I don't know what we're looking for. Nice try, spiders. You can't sneak up on me with that breathing. Can't stealth breathe here. I'm a guns blazing playstyle. If in front of me it dies. I tend to be too, honestly. I don't do a lot of, that's one of the reasons why I'm always surprised when I see people do, like, speedruns of Skyrim, because they don't kill anybody. They just, I mean, except for, like this, I guess there's, like, 6 people you have to kill, is what I understand. But, aside from those, you know? Oh, I think I missed one of my deaths. That's fine. But aside from those, you don't have to kill anybody, I guess. You just run right past them. But that's not how I like to play the game. But no shade to people who do like to play that game that way, you know? It's whatever you guys enjoy. Val says, oh, and I finally got to get my ebony dye katana again. Nice, 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 nice. I think that was a great tip. I'm so glad we've had a couple really, we've had like 3 or 4 really, let's say pro arena players. Ow. Come and hang out here. I'm just gonna reload, because okay, I'm just gonna die. I'm just gonna die, and then I can reload. Perfect. Except in Fallout, then it's all charisma. I haven't played a Fallout in a while. Mines of K. Okay. Charisma could be fun. Okay, so I know there's, around the corner here, there's a, like an imp thing. I forgot what they're called in this game. I'm gonna do a resist shock. I'm gonna sit up straight. Cider, stop. That is making it very difficult for me to sit up straight. Alright. Homunculus. Of course that's what it is. How could I forget that? Die, homunculus. I'll kill you too while I'm at it. You just call them imps? Yeah, I think that's the way to go. And I'm gonna run away, which might also be the way to go. I don't know what's attacking me. I'm gonna try to take a health potion. And I am gonna save, because I passed that little area and I don't want to navigate it again. Don't want to navigate that again. Let's see where I am. I don't know where I'm meant to go. I'm gonna go south, maybe? I'll just go south. It's an area I haven't really explored yet. Oh, there's a secret door here. Glad I looked at the map. Secret door. Ah! Hang on, sorry. Sorry, I didn't mean to shout. That scared me. It was a pixelated jump scare. My inventory's full, but I can take the gold at least. Val says, I got jump scared by a troll that spawned in front of me. Yeah! It's scary, right? I think part of it is just like render distance, right? Like, 'cause you don't see things necessarily until you're right up on them. Even if they were technically there. Then you're like, whoa. Whoa. 58 gold. I don't know if I need gold for anything else because I'm sort of geared up. Let's camp until we're healed. Our enemies— oh boy, that's what you want to see when you wake up. This is what you— guys, speaking of things we see when you wake up. I was talking yesterday about how Gordon, Chaco's dog toy— Chaco, my dog, is a destroyer of toys, and he has this toy that's a sloth. And he has been slowly destroying this sloth toy for months. Just, you know, chewing little bits of it off. You know, it doesn't look like a sloth anymore. And Chaco had brought that toy into my bed the other night, and I woke up and I was like, there's Gordon the sloth. But last night, if you haven't seen in the Discord yet, there's a photo of poor Gordon. Poor Gordon has been ripped in two, right across the torso. And so Gordon's legs are now in the trash, and only Gordon's upper half remains. I might need to get another Gordon. I might need to do that. I don't know what I want to do here to avoid these dudes. I could do a potion of invisibility. I could kill them, but they do respawn quite quickly. I'm gonna go invisible. They didn't like that. But they settled down at least. I'm gonna go invisible and also shine a heck of a lot of light in the room. Oh boy, there's 3 of them! Get me out of here. This is my nightmare. I can't get past them. R.I.P. Gordon indeed. Where am I? This is a scary room. I'm gonna say— stay away. Because it's scary there. We're gonna go up to this area and go east and then south again, perhaps. They make a really welcoming noise, right? You hear that sound and you think, gosh, that's the place for me. That's the place where— oh boy, we got ghosts over there. Am I still invisible? Hang on, let me double check before I take anything. I'm invisible. Okay, so we're just gonna save. We're gonna save at Mines 2. If I die, you gotta help me remember I'm on my second save file. How do these— okay, the ghosts can see me even when I'm invisible. That's good to know, I suppose. Thankfully, they're easy to kill, but they still can kill me back. 3 of those things are a perfect reason to use nuclear weapons. Those trolls— they're scary, aren't they? Oh wait, hang on, is there— it looks like there might be a path here if I jump into the tunnel on the southern end of this room. Oh no, there is a path. Just go this way. Alright, cool, we're good. Get me out of here. It's a scary place though, right? We'll keep going south. Continue south. I don't know what that noise is. Maybe we'll... Okay, it doesn't look like there's actually anywhere to go from this room. I thought perhaps I can get into here, which is a pit that sometimes is part of a tunnel. But it doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. I might go up here and then try a pass wall and go this way. So let's go that. We're going to go north into this little tunnel area. And let me just orient myself. Okay, yeah, so there's 2 walls to my right. We're going to pass wall this way. And cut through because I don't want to go around. Got one more wall we can make. Let me look at the map. Spartan Antonio says, I want to play Arena again, but my laptop is a potato. Well, first of all, potatoes are fantastic. They are the best. What's better than a potato? However, potato laptop's not great. I'm so sorry. You can't even play Arena on your laptop? That's probably that's not good. Because I don't think Arena takes up many resources at all. My CPU's just like having a great day. You got snow last night? 5 inches of snow, wow. We did not. We don't get snow. Not really. I'm in North Carolina. It doesn't really snow here very often. It is colder outside today than it was yesterday, though, and I think I need to be brave. As part of my New Year's resolution, I'm gonna not let the weather and the temperature prevent me from going out on my daily walks. I'm gonna be brave and go for a walk after stream today. And I did get some new pants that are warm, which makes me happy, because I don't walk very quickly because I got a bad knee, but I do like to walk. I think maybe over here. Wait, let's go up this way, and I can pass wall here and cut through. Let's do that. Seems right. So we're gonna go north to east over here. Okay, we're gonna fall into a hole. Oh, wait, hang on. I'll go around. I don't like whatever that noise is. I'm gonna pass this wall. Okay, great. Now where are we? Pretty crazy for living in the Midwest. I feel like my impression is that the Midwest does get a lot of snow, though. I could be wrong. George is from the Midwest. Hey, Dr. Admiral. Yo to you. Yo. T-Huff says we got 2 feet over the weekend. That's a lot of snow. If we got 2 feet of snow here, you know, everything would shut down. It would be a huge problem. The infrastructure here is not built for 2 feet of snow. Okay, there's a big scary thing that way. And I don't like that. Spartan Antonio says, yeah, but my laptop can perfectly run Team Fortress 2, but can't run Arena. My company hated me. Oh, are you using a company computer? Oh, okay. I don't know Team Fortress 2. I haven't played that. I haven't seen it. Something about the title makes me think it's probably not a genre that I normally play. I don't do a lot of, like, shooters. I don't do a lot of, like, online things. I don't do, like, co-op stuff. Except for, like, board games. I like co-op board games. Cider, where are you going? I just picked you up. Cider on the move. Cider on the move. T-Huff is also Midwest. I might have said that. I saw it. And I registered it, but I don't remember if I replied. Autocorrect. Oh, you meant computer. Hang on. My laptop can perfectly run Team Fortress 2, but can't run Arena. My computer hates me. Got it. Okay. That makes sense, too. Tennessee. No, Tennessee's not Midwest. I agree with T-Huff. Tennessee's considered the South. Okay. And Booba, I can't even tell what that emote is. I'm just gonna assume it's a cat. Because you have a lot of cat emotes. I might be mistaken. And something's trying to kill me. I'm gonna do a heal potion. See? Exactly, a cat emotes. You thought it was both the South and the Midwest? I don't know, I feel like the Midwest... Where does the Midwest start? I'm not sure. Okay, I'll save, because I feel like I just accomplished something, even if that's just in my mind. I just got a gust of wind inside my house. Which is probably just called a draft. Being very dramatic here. It's a gust of wind, you guys. So I'm gonna pull this blanket up. Alright, now we're in cozy mode. Cozy mode to play this game. It was a close-up for confirmation. Thank you. I know it's considered part of the South. I don't know. Not being American makes things confusing. Oh, okay. Oh, you're Australian, aren't you? I remember this now. You're Australian, but you live in the US. And that's why you liked your Australian videos and things that remind you of home. I'm following now. Those videos were funny. Funny. Okay, okay, it's that thing. I'm gonna kill you, jaguar, hellhound thing, whatever you are. And then take a healing potion. And turn around, because there's a second one over here somewhere. Or at least I thought there was. I don't know where it went. Huh. Okay. T-Huff says I had a whole section on this in class in college. We essentially define what the different regions were. Yeah, I mean, I feel like... Oh boy. I feel like some of it's arbitrary. But there are some, like, cultural norms that differ between regions, and depending on which... Oh, hang on, we heard... Guys, we're going the right way. We're going the right way. Because we heard the gong. Dong. I guess it's more like a bell. And also whatever else that noise is. But I guess depending on which variable you're looking at, which factor you're considering, you know, the different regions, the borders kind of shift a little bit. Save. I'm such a coward. I'm definitely like saving every 3 feet. Alright guys, keep your eyes open for something oh, that looks different. What is this? Oh no, that doesn't look too different. We're looking for like paper on the floor. Just a piece of paper on the floor. Southwest? Oh, you southeast, you mean? Yeah. Karma says it starts a ways off from the middle and just shy of east. So it's not really Midwest. I think it's like Midwest from when I think the term probably existed before the US was coast to coast, right? I could be wrong. I don't want to you know, spread misinformation. I'm very cognizant of that. This is important. We don't want any propaganda about where the Midwest is. You get East and West mixed up? I don't in real life, but I'm discovering that I do in games, because I'm always saying one or the other, and it's the opposite of what I actually mean. That was a part of it. It was the culture and also the industries that reside in each. Okay. I guess that makes sense. I'm gonna go here, like this general direction if I can, over where the map is not filled out. Val says, never eat soggy Weet-Bix. Sounds like a good advice, unless you're into soggy. Okay, I died.
You were a fool to
I guess that was my punishment for suggesting that somebody do eat soggy Weet-Bix. That's a cereal or something, right? I don't know what that is. We don't have that here. What is Weet-Bix? Is that how you say it? Just take that potion now, instead of when I'm closer to dying. Let's go here, perhaps? East? One what? What do you mean? Noisy cricket, I don't know what you mean. Is there something over here to kill? No. Maybe, probably. That's why I learned as a kid to learn directions. I still say to myself times to remember where east and west are. Yeah, I picked up that it was a mnemonic device. I picked up on that, but I don't know what Weet-Bix are. It is cereal. Okay, cool. Cool. Okay, we're hearing growling. It's this guy. He seems friendly. Die. I don't need to pick that. Thank you. Thank you, no. Over here, perhaps? I'm not getting more gong noises, so this could be wrong, but these things just insist on being killed, so maybe that's correct. Maybe we are going the right way. We're going toward enemies, and maybe that's the way to go. Okay, that one's scary though, so I'm gonna go this way instead. Okay, this... there's a lot of, like, holes in the ground. I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to deal with it. Die, wraith thing. I don't know what it is. I still hum the alphabet song in my head every time I need to put letters in order. I think I do also, now that you're saying it, now that I'm thinking about it. I'm pretty sure I do the same. It's not something I'm aware of that I'm doing, though, if that makes sense. I do often do the, you know, left-right thing. Go, oh yeah, makes an L, so it's left. Saving as Mines of K. And I'm gonna take a healing potion, which I should have done before saving, but I didn't actually mean to press the escape scenes menu there. Hi, nice to see you, little kitty cat. There are some oh, I heard gongs. Guys, we're going the right way. I heard gongs, so this must be right. There are some like little things I remember learning as a child that I still use today, like how to spell words, like things to help you remember how to spell words correctly. Like together, I always think to get her, for some reason, and I'm you know in my mid-30s, and I know how to spell together, but yeah, to get her. Like I before E except after C? Maybe. I don't use that one as much, although I find it helpful, I guess. I think for that one... Oh god, there's two of them! There's two of them! There's two of them. For whatever reason, most of those words, I just know how to spell by rote, I guess. I don't know. Oh no, that was the wrong... Hang on. Ah! Heal. What's killing me? Where did you come from, dude? Could you not? Stop trying to kill me. What are those? These are iron golems. Also known as an iron golem. Iron golem. Iron golem. Big elephants can add up sums easily. Big elephants. B-E-C-A... What is that a reminder for? I can't think of what that might be. It's not the order of operations, right? Add sums. Makes me think it could be something with math because it has adds and sums in it, but I don't think that's the order of operations. I don't see anything for P for parentheses. Oh, because see, I stopped at U because I was like, okay, I can't think of a word that's B-E-C-A-U, but if I had just kept going, yeah. Arngom. Exactly. Cider, I'm not picking you up again. You can't keep asking me to pick you up and then demanding to be placed on the ground again. So you're just gonna have to deal. You are now a creature of the floor instead of a creature of my lap. Okay, we're going this way, I guess. Mines, we're saving Mines 2. She's a carpet golem. Goblin. Wow, I really struggled to say that. Hi. Oh god, I'm gonna die, aren't I? Okay, it died first, but there's another one on my right. Please die. Just die, man. I'm afraid. Okay, it's dead. These guys are tanky. Is there another one? I'm gonna turn invisible just because I'm sick of using all my potions. for healing, and we'll just see how far I can get while being invisible. Ugh. Gosh, that was terrifying. Why? Why are those things there? I don't know where I should have marked on my map where I was when I heard the sound that we were going in the right direction. Let's look over here. Let's go northeast, perhaps. Northwest. See, I did exactly that. In games, I don't know directions. Outside of games, I do. Cider, by the way, she just stormed off. She's mad at me. She's like, I'm just gonna go pee over here. You get confused in games too? That makes me feel better. I think part of it is what we've been describing as streamer brain, which is, you know, the state of being distracted by many things at once. Trying to balance a lot. It's fun though. I do enjoy this. I hope you guys can tell. I hope you guys can tell how much fun I'm having. Because I am having a heck of a good time, and I hope you guys are too. Me too? You get that way? I'm glad I'm not alone. Let's look over here. South? No, let's go east. East. I gotta move my mouse pad so that I can actually flail more effective. I could do an effective flail. As I'm sitting back in my chair now. I need to change how things are so I can reach without struggling and messing up my posture. Even worse. Even more than it already is messed up. Okay. I hate that thing. Oh, I'm invisible though, aren't I? I am invisible, right? I'm not trying to nap, I'm trying to check. No, I'm not invisible. Baby Kensington, thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. Let's do those things. Fixing my posture. Ripping my earbud out of my ear. That's part of doing a posture check, right? Ripping this right out of my ear. Gosh, that felt good. Drinking some water. You guys staying hydrated too? I hope you are. Alright. This is the correct way to sit. If you see me not sitting like this, it might be time for a posture check. Baby Kensington, thanks for being here. I hope you're having a good day. Those emotes crack me up. Alright, we're gonna do a... Okay, hang on. We're gonna do another invisibility potion. Okay. Okay. Hey, Brandel Savage is here. Brandel, good to see you. Okay, we got some more noise making. Can this thing see me? It sees me despite being invisible. I hate that. Okay, I'm gonna take a resist fire, and then I'm gonna quickly take a heal potion if I can. Okay, and I'm gonna flail like I mean it. Yeah. And accidentally bring you to my equipment screen. Brando, how was the rest of your night? Did you get some sleep? I hope you're having a good day. I was gonna ask you how the rest of your stream was, but I was there. I was there except for the part where I was watching my my movie. Which, by the way, Brandel, if you are interested in being in some of my movie night things, because I know it kind of overlaps with your regular streaming schedule. I was saying this earlier, we still have the poll open in the Discord for choosing the best time and date. It's a pretty close poll, so I'm considering other dates and times also. So if you haven't voted yet, you might have already voted, but if you haven't yet, you feel free to. Have I saved? Oh, that's a great question. That's a great question. Let's save. That seems like a great idea. But first, we're gonna level up. Gosh, that's so loud. We got three points. I'm gonna put them all into strength. Because I want to be swole like Brandel Savage. Perfect timing? Yeah. Let me save. Thank you for the save reminder. Save after the level up. That was perfect. Brando says, I didn't see it. We'll vote now. Awesome. Awesome. And I'm gonna do a quick, oh, hang on. Get me out of here. Press continue. Press G. G for gimme that. G for gimme that healing potion. Perfect. Hey, Executor, good to see you again. How are you today? Happy Monday. Okay, I'm gonna save again. I know I'm like spam saving at this exact second, but I did just level up, and I feel like I leveled up, I took a healing potion. This is a great double save moment. I'm gonna look at my map here and see if I can figure out... I wonder if the thing's just right here. Is there... We heard drums when I entered the room. We're looking for parchment, or maybe a tablet, or maybe a map. I don't know. Something. Something that's gonna help the Brothers of Seth in Camlorn deduce the location of the Crypt of Hearts. And I thought we'd be there by now. You're good? I'm glad to hear that. How am I? I'm doing well. Thank you very much for asking. I'm having fun. I'm really enjoying playing Arena. Just because it's very different from games I've played, really. And I kind of like the jankiness. I don't know. I don't know if that's right or wrong, or... I don't know. But I'm having fun. I am having fun. We're making some really good progress along the main quest line, though, so I think we'll, I'm guessing we probably have 5 or fewer arena streams remaining. I might be wrong, but that's my guess. And then we'll do polls to decide what we're doing next. I will have a Skyrim buffer period where we're playing more Battle Mage Skyrim stuff. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. Got a lot of fun stuff on the horizon. I hear growling. I don't know where it's coming from, but I feel like I should kill something. Am I invisible still? No, I'm not. I'm not invisible. Okay, I think we've wandered blindly for long enough. I am gonna look at the map and figure out where I'm meant to be. So please hold. Okay, let's have a look-see. Do you guys have any fun plans for the rest of the day? Is anybody, I feel like everybody's working today, even though it is a holiday in the US. I feel like everybody we've talked to in the US is still working today, though. Okay. Second level. Okay, so it looks like I'm looking at this map, and it doesn't appear as though there's another story that I need to get to, so I am correct that there are only 2 levels in this dungeon. Hi, Arnie! Hi, Arnie, how are you? Hope you're having a great day. Or good evening, I guess? It's evening there, right? Guys, go follow Arnie. Thanks, Sophie. Val says, I heard that Waffle House was still open, and I was like, are you crazy? Why? Why would that be crazy? George really likes Waffle House, by the way. I can't say I share that sentiment. Let me just read this real fast. Upon accessing the second level, you'll receive a message about that. Level has pits aplenty and not a few tunnels. Very maze-like, dark, and difficult to navigate. Yeah, we found that out. The map fragment is in the southeast, the small room above the Black Marsh tunnels of the level. 2186. 2186, guys. 2186. Everybody remember that. I'm just kidding. Alright, back to the game. Oops, wrong button. Guys, welcome to my Skyrim game scene. This looks just like Skyrim. Let's try again. Oops. Oopsie daisy, pressing all the wrong buttons. I am ready for anything. 2186. The thing is I don't know what that means. I think you're meant to be able to look at this and figure out where you are, except that, I don't know, maybe my mod doesn't let me see that. I do now know that the Black Marsh tunnels are these tunnels here, so I think it's maybe up here. So we're gonna go north and then east. Let's see. Joss says, what is a holiday? I don't think moms get those. Well, I bet you anything my mom has today off. Actually, she might not. She might not. She's a librarian. Okay, the library should be closed today. It's a holiday. So maybe she does. I don't know. How can you drive in 5 inches of snow? Poorly, if the snow is still on the ground, right? Let's go up here. We are gonna find this daggone thing. Okay, see, look. There's no indication of what 2186 is. Yeah, that's confusing. I think it's depending on, if you don't have the modded map, it might tell you your location. I feel like somebody's mentioned that before. Maybe it's if I click on my person. We don't have an indicator of where we are. We are in High Rock, I guess. Looking good. Val says, I love Waffle House, especially waffles and hash browns with a glass of orange juice. That sounds nice. Snow's piled up, the roads are completely covered. Yeah, people should just stay home when it's snowing like that. Okay, I don't actually know. I don't know what that number is supposed to mean. It did not. Oh, maybe it's here. No. Let's just go over here, maybe. Okay, let's kill this thing. Let's take a health potion. Let's panic. Let's collectively panic. Everybody panic. I am freezing. Hang on. Back to I'm freezing mode. Cider disrupted the freezing, the blanket usage. But now that she's a creature of the carpet and not a creature of the lap. A carpet goblin. And pull this blanket back up again. Jedi Nightbus says, Wololo, hey. Hello. How are you, Jedi? Good to see you. What's the reference there? Because I've seen Wololo before. Is that a Civ thing? A Civ thing? I might be wrong. Val says, the people are working at Waffle House will be stuck there all day. I don't know how anyone would be going out to eat. Well, if you're gonna be stuck somewhere, not a bad idea to be stuck at a restaurant, right? Okay, I need light. Hold on. Light, please. I hear something growling, and I dislike that quite a bit. Dislike the growling in my ear. Not into that. Settle down, imp dude. Panic. Thank you, Karma. Thank you for that panic. Jedi says, I can't believe you're playing Arena. How are you finding it? I'm liking it. But I think I'm liking it because it's just silly, you know? I think there are things about the game that I would like to see different, perhaps, but I'm embracing it because it's definitely very much a game of the mid-90s. It came out in 1994. It doesn't feel like the other games in the Elder Scrolls series that I played. And I think, if I understand it correctly, a lot of the stuff from this game has been, like, a lot of the lore has been kind of, like, overwritten in future games. Retconned, if you will. But, where am I? But it's fun, you know? It's a dungeon crawler. It has some charm to it. And so I really did want to see where Elder Scrolls had its origin. And it's this. And that's cool. It's from Age of Empires. Okay. Thank you. feel like I've seen that, but I like a reference to that before, but I've never played Age of Empires. Yeah, this is very nice. It came out in 1994. Okay, so I think I'm meant to be over here. Actually, let's go to this level, this little area, and make a U-turn and go southeast. Yeah, so we'll go north, we'll go 2 squares north. Doo-doo. And then we'll go boop, and then we'll go woo, this way. I've been addicted to anime. I started, now I'm trapped. I don't know anime. I've got a lot of friends who are really into it. I just don't know any of it, really. And I lived in Japan for a little bit as a kid. So I guess I watched some, like, Sailor Moon as a kid. But only the parts that were on TV and only intermittently. And I never knew what was going on. So beyond that, I don't know anime. It just died. Dagnabbit. What anime are you watching? I think we got a lot of people who do watch anime, though. Maybe they're interested in which series you're enjoying currently. Can I get a rip? Por favor, a rip? For death number, what, 7, 8? Who knows? I'm dying all over the place today. Thank you, Brandel. Thank you very much. Oh no, I don't think this was the right save. Let me try a different save. Let me try save file 2. Now where am I? I think this was correct. You loved Age of Empires? I wonder if I own one of those games. That sounds like something I might have picked up in a sale. And just haven't done anything with. Gosh, I wish I knew where I was going. I'm hearing that growling noise again. I don't care for that. Ah, that's the growling noise. The source of the growling noise. Another one? We got a dancing panther? I think they're actually hellhounds. Or death hounds or something. Hey Mantis, how are you? Oh boy. Hold that thought. I'm being attacked by something. I can't even see it. That seems very unfair. That seemed very unfair. If I can get another rip, please, that would be very nice of you guys. What was I saying? I was saying, hi Mantis, good to see you. Hope you're having a great day. Thanks for being here. And hello, thanks for lurking. Thanks for lurking in the shadows, and then immediately bursting out of the shadows and going, hi, hi, hi. Hi, Sassy Penny. Guys, Sassy Penny's here. We know Sassy Penny from our wonderful co-op stream, which we gotta plan maybe a second one. I don't know. We'll have to talk. We'll have to talk. Find a time that works for both of us. Let's see. Okay, let's get back into it. I'm gonna load Mines 2, that save file. And see if I can find where I'm going. I'm very frustrated at having looked up where we're meant to go and it not actually telling us where we're meant to go. It's just like, it's like above that place, kind of. Good luck. Gave us some numbers that are completely useless to me as far as I know. Hang on, we gotta kill all of these dudes. Die, 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 die. Die, 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 die. Die. Die, foul creature. Okay, I think they're all dead. Wait, no, I saw fire. I saw fire, still. I'm gonna resist fire. And I'm gonna heal true heal. It's fun, but I'm bundling up to walk to work in 6 inches of snow. Everybody's dealing with snow, except for me today, it seems like. I hope you stay warm. I hope you are, you know, nice and toasty on your walk. And, I would slip and fall. I hear in the snow and the ice you're meant to, like, waddle like a penguin or something, so do that, maybe. Maybe do that. That'll keep you safe. I hope you have a good work day. Sassy says, yes, anytime. Heck yeah. Thank you for the panic command, Joss. That's fun. I like that. That's a great command. I like the symmetry. Manta says it's cold. It feels like -6. Ooh, I don't like that at all. Since I'm always telling you to panic, that's, yeah, I am always saying to panic. I believe in a good panic. I believe in a good panic. Oh no, but I gotta set it so that I say it and not my bot saying it. I'm gonna fix that. Give me 1 second. Let's fix that right now. Let's fix that right now, before I forget. Because I will forget. Everybody hang on. Everybody hang on. Go into my commands and go into panic. We're going to edit that, and we're going to say, who says that? Do I say that, or does my bot say that? Edit effect. I say that. Me. Save it, and we're good. Now we're good. On stream troubleshooting. Troubleshooting. That's the word I was looking for. What did you do wrong? Nothing. You did nothing wrong at all. It's my bot. Uh-oh. Now I had a spinning thing. Okay, we're good again. Jedi Nightbus says, the thing about Arena, it's big, but all the same reuse textures to get lost in. Exactly. It is very maze-like. Very maze-like indeed. See, we're good now. Panic works. Everybody panic. I love that. If you want to, I'm also thinking I'd like to redo my raid commands to something else. If you guys want to think about what my raid message should be, I'd be interested in some ideas there. Because I'm kind of like, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, we could just collectively panic as we burst into somebody else's stream. Panic is a state of mind, not an event. Everyone panic! Alright, I think I go east. East. Oh, I kill this thing first. Okay, now we go east. Yes. You listen to the growling of my stomach, or also a death hound, or also an imp. I guess it's the imp a growling thing? I don't know. Panic raid? Okay, this is wrong. This isn't right at all. That's why I said wrong. We're gonna go, I guess we'll go up here. Maybe we'll pass wall there. Let's try that. You like how I'm saying definitively that this is wrong when I actually don't know. I don't know, guys. I'm just making stuff up. But we're gonna pass this wall here. Break down the walls like Chris Jericho. Guys, we're basically Chris Jericho. Okay, and Chris Jericho is running into another wall. That's not right. Maybe this is the end of the... No, it can't be, because this says Black Marsh backwards, according to the map I looked at. Okay, one more break wall. Pass wall. Pass through this wall, dagnabbit. Alright. A nice little WWE reference. Mr. Gorbachev, tear down that wall. That would have been a much more intelligent reference to make than sitting here talking about professional wrestling. But I went with professional wrestling instead. I used to watch that as a kid. It was like it was really cool when I was in middle school, and I went to 3 different middle schools. And so I really wanted to fit in. I really wanted to fit in. I did not fit in. I was bullied quite badly, actually. But I wanted to fit in. So I watched WWE. Alright, I'm gonna have a healing potion. You appreciate the wrestling reference? I thought you might. Jericho's good, grew up with WCW and WWF. I used to have a Chris Jericho t-shirt.
You were a fool to confront.
Rock golem? I think that's what it's an iron golem, right? Thank you for the rip. I should have saved. I should have saved closer. I keep doing this where I keep getting, I think, closer to where I'm meant to be, and then dying, and then realizing I haven't saved. You too have a Chris Jericho t-shirt? I wonder where my Chris Jericho t-shirt is now. Like, I wonder what became of it. Because I could still fit into it. I could still wear it. Ah! I just don't know what happened to it. I feel like I purged I went through that Marie Kondo thing a few years ago where I was like, what brings me joy? And I'd pick up a shirt and I'd hold it to my chest and go, does this bring me joy? And if it did, I said, I will keep this shirt. And if it didn't, I said, I will donate this. I will say thank you to the shirt for being a good shirt and for being there for me in a time of my life when I needed this shirt. And then I folded it up nicely and I put it in my donate pile. And it was great. And then we bought a whole bunch of more junk, and now my house is very cluttered again, and I'm not happy about it. But I still have less clothing than George, and possibly less clothing than Cider does, which is funny. Because I think about things before I buy them and bring them into my house. You had Jeff Hardy arm sleeves for a while? Man, that's cool. The Hardy Boys were very cool. Their poetry in motion finisher thing, very cool. Exactly, Joss, that was me. Oh, that wasn't me, that's Cider. Or possibly that's me? I don't know what you're referencing there. I think I'm gonna take another quick break. I need to use the restroom. So if you guys will just hang out for a few minutes, I'm gonna get some ads out of the way. And take a break yourself. Go get some water, stretch your legs. Do all those things, and I'll see you very soon. Just like, 3 or 4 minutes. Thanks. I am back. I am back. From outer space. Or something. I don't know. How are you guys doing? Noisy Cricket, I missed you. I miss you saying that. Gonna go do some laundry. Good luck doing your laundry. I hate doing laundry. Is my music not playing again? Oh no, there it is. It's like, where the heck's my music? I gotta do some troubleshooting between streams to figure out why my playlist keeps disappearing and reappearing seemingly at random, but I'm sure I did something that is causing it to do that, but I don't know what. Thank you. Thank you for the welcome back message. I hope you guys had a nice break. I hope you got— oh no. 1 second. I will be right back again for real because I left my water bottle in the other room. 1 second. That's the wrong button. Okay, sorry about that. I refilled my water bottle and then left it on the counter in my kitchen, and then walked away from it and didn't bring it back with me. I don't know what's wrong with me. Sorry about that. Now we're good. I went and grabbed a hoodie on my break because it's cold in here. Not a fan. Oh yeah, there's Cider. You see Cider in the corner? Cider's doing Cider things. Yeah. Let me get you a, I was gonna, hang on, never mind, forget it. I was gonna show you something, but it's not gonna work, because everything's broken today. Everything's broken. The real question is, what isn't? What isn't? What do you mean? Laundry? Something about laundry? I don't know. Okay, I've got my audio working again. I am back from my break. I have water. Thank you guys for sticking around. I really appreciate you guys doing that. Let's get back into Arena. Although, you know what? I think I'm going to look again at the map and see if I can get an answer for where I'm meant to be. It just says... oh, hang on. Here's a fragment of the map. Maybe it tells me... no. Mines of Khuras. Khuras? Playing cooldown. Oh, playing COD during the day is great. No tryhards, yeah. Daytime gaming is the best gaming, in my opinion. Okay, so it just says, while thankfully it has little lava, this level has pits aplenty and not a few tunnels. It's very maze-like, dark, and difficult to navigate. You can find the map fragment in the southeast. The small rooms above the black marsh tunnels of the level. 2186. 2186. Okay, let me look at the map again. Mines of Khuras. 2186. Second level. I'll show you guys what this looks like. This is what I'm staring at. So these are the black marsh tunnels here. Hang on. I'll move this to my center of my screen so you guys can see it better. Because, and they're called that because it says black marsh backwards. So I think maybe it's this room that I'm trying to get to. This is the small room above the tunnels. I don't know if you guys can see that okay. I can zoom real big. Like right here-ish. So let's look for this, guys. I think I'm over here somewhere. So that's my thought. I'll put this away. We can find this, guys. I'm gonna put just kind of like a marker here. Here? Perhaps? So let's go north and then just keep trying to go east a bit. Okay, but I'm also actively being killed.
You were a fool.
So I don't think my my marker is gonna actually save there. Dag nabbit. Let's try again. Okay, so we're over here again. I think it was like above here. Here? Okay. Exit. Thank you for the rip. Thank you, thank you. We're saving at Mines of Khuras. That's the save file we're in. We're gonna go north. And then east. You know what I wish? I wish there were quest markers. That's another thing I miss from other games. And I'm just gonna go ahead and do an invisibility potion, because I feel like I'm getting kind of sick of killing things, or things killing me. And I suspect somewhere around here are more of these scary things going "Rrr." Fireball in your face. Come on, man, let me get past you. Alright, so I'm stuck, annoyingly. Okay, so we are in the Black Marsh Tunnel, so we're gonna back out. I don't want to be in here. North. Let's try this. Okay, this is better. Executor says, I just collected the notched pickaxe. Nice. I didn't know that was a thing until I was streaming Skyrim, because that's not... I've never taken the time to like look up all the stuff you can do in the game, and then people in chat shared that with me, and I climbed up there and got it. It was very cool. Actually, I climbed up there and accidentally knocked it down, and then I had to go find it. I had to scramble after it, because I'm a bit of a disaster. Can I just pass? Let me just pass through some walls here, because I'm just not interested in doing too much exploring. We're gonna do the... We're gonna tear down that wall. Actually, speaking of the Berlin Wall, which of course we were doing, when I first... oh boy. Let's save real fast. When I first brought Chaco home, when we first adopted little man Chaco, save his Mines of Khuras, Chaco and Cider did not get along very well. I mean, I wouldn't say they were fighting a lot or whatever, but Chaco is kind of a maniac and always wants to play with Cider, and Cider is kind of timid and doesn't want to play with him. And he's now bigger than she is, and she's like an old lady dog, right? So I got this gate, this dog fence gate thingamajig, and I put it next to where I would sit in my computer chair, and I had a heated blanket, actually the same heated blanket that you can see that Cider's lying on right now. I had that sprawled out on the ground, and I had on one side of it, and the wall would the fence would kind of divide the two sides of the heated blanket so that both dogs could use it, and so I called it the Furlin Wall, because that's my sense of humor. While I'm up there, why not get some ebony ore? That makes perfect sense to me. Makes perfect sense. Let's see what's happening in this room. He doesn't look good. I hear growling. This looks like the map right here. Let me, I feel like I should destroy some more walls, so I'll destroy this wall to get around that, and let's destroy this wall for good measure. Great. Oh no, we're under attack from something. Who's attacking us? I thought I was invisible. By the way, this is like the end of the place, because we got this is the map, I'm pretty sure. And this must be the guy from... Oh my god, are those his entrails? This is really gory. Those are like his... Ugh, it's like his intestines being spilled out of his abdomen. Hi, are you okay, buddy? I say that, he's absolutely dead. Can I loot him? That must be the member of the Brotherhood of Seth who went missing, who went mad. And now he's here, and I think that's him. I don't know. You're minding my own business? I like that. Chaco didn't pull the entire blanket to his side. No, that does sound very Chaco-like, though. Actually, last night he was chewing on a blanket, and he's really... he likes to put holes in blankets, which is a problem, and I don't... He's a very mouthy little dog. I need to get him more toys. I think I need to get a Gordon replacement. Gordon 3.0. I'm gonna click on this thing. I don't know if it's gonna make loud noise. Sometimes the things at the end of the tunnels, the ends of the dungeons make loud noise when I collect them. So I'm just gonna count down anybody who has an earbud in or is listening at a high volume. If you're lurking, you know, heads up. I'm gonna make some noise here, possibly in 3, 2, 1. Yeah, see, that's too loud. That's louder than the rest of the game. So I hope everybody's all right there. It says, you have found the map fragment, only slightly discolored by Brother Barnabas's blood. With the help of the Brotherhood of Seth, you may succeed where Barnabas failed. Hey, Soup! How are you today? Welcome in. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. Cider, I know you're jumping... Do we pick up Cider? Guys, do we pick up Cider? She keeps jumping over here saying, hey, pick me up, and then she's gonna jump up off my lap again in a few minutes. Do we pick her up again? I feel like she's playing me. Brotherhood of Seth. Seth. Last chance for Sweet Cider? Okay, we'll give her another shot. Cider, this is your last chance. Here. You gonna behave? Say hi to everybody. See, I'm the prettiest princess that ever princessed. You sit here and be good. Soup, how are you? Welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. Happy Monday. Okay. Cider, are you gonna settle down? This is your last chance. Booba says so. Booba has decreed it so. I will save because I did just find the map piece, and now we're going to be on a mad sprint out of here. Because as we know, there's no easy escape from these dungeons. You have to go all the way back to the beginning. You have to retrace your steps or break through some walls. Something. Just get back. So we have to get back to this green dot. Okay, this was pretty close, guys. I said here, and it ended up being here. That's pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah, she's cute, isn't she, Runner? I like her. I'm a big fan of my dog. Thanks, Karma, yeah. Sophie says, what kind of monster wouldn't pick up Cider? Listen. I spend an inordinate amount of time picking Cider up and putting Cider down and picking Cider up and putting Cider down and picking Cider up and putting Cider down, and then having both dogs stare at me as if to say, no, pick both of us up. And then I pick both of them up, and then one wants to get off my lap, and the other one then also wants to get off my lap, but then one wants to get on my lap. The other one is okay for a little while and walks away, and then comes back and says, hey, pick me up too. And then when I pick him up, Cider's like, I'm out of here, and she wants to get off my lap. This is my entire evening. It's insane. If I sound insane, it's because I am insane, because my dogs make me insane, but they're daggone cute, aren't they? Yeah. Soup says Cider's so cute. Yeah, I don't think I've seen her face before. Oh, that's she. I got a little emote for her. I got a little emote for Cider with her face. Although I guess it is kind of hard to see her face in the emote. Oh, here we go. This body is obviously that of Brother Barnabas. His body has been ravaged by the denizens of this Underdark, and his face etched into a mask of pure terror. Oh no. Just beyond the body, you can see what looks like a map. I guess we just went the wrong way. We took a shortcut. We were probably meant to see this before we found the map. You're good, tired, cold, but good. I hope you warm up at least, and maybe have some coffee. That would solve 2 of those things. And then you'd be good all around. It does just work. Poopa. I need bigger dogs? Maybe. I actually grew up with Newfoundlands, who were, I can say, were also lap dogs, or thought they were lap dogs. Despite being...
You were a fool!
Well, there I died again. Despite, like, literally weighing more than me, they thought they were lap dogs. And they drooled a lot, and they broke all of our vacuum cleaners, but they were great dogs. Because I have bad knees now, I wanted dogs that were small enough that I could control on a leash if I ever needed to. So that's why I got little dogs, and now I'm just obsessed with my little dogs. It's kind of a problem. But like a good problem. Is this the right place? Okay. Sophie says, Cider, if you're feeling unappreciated, Auntie Sophie's here for you. Aww. I'll get her a little passport. I'll have like paws on it. They're trying to make sure you get your workout in. Yeah, it's exactly that. It's my best core exercise, right? Kind of like leaning to the left and the right over and over again. It's like Pilates. Form of Pilates. Okay, I'm gonna go this way, I think, and then this way. See if I can go diagonally northwest. A passport. I love that. Passport. Executor says I managed to fly from through the world to Whiterun. Oh, did you? Oh, are you using the paraglider mod? That's a great. That would be so cool. That would be really cool to see. I'd love to see that. Uh-oh, something is attacking me, and I fell into a pit. Isn't that just the way? Pilates. I have one of each. I've got a Boston Terrier and a Lab/German Shepherd mix. Those are great dogs. Both are great dogs. My sister has a Boston, and he's cute. He does a little dance around it. They walk so funny, don't they? I've got a photo of my dog Choco playing with her dog, and it's very cute. We're playing tug of war, and they're just staring at each other. All right, where is the exit? Get me out of here. Let's see where we're at. The paraglider mod? Nice. Val says, I'm back. I had fun in the snow. Took some photos that I'll post in the Discord. Nice. Excellent. Executor says, Liz, what's a Daedra's favorite band? I actually know the punchline for this one, but I will let you share it. I'm gonna get my rimshot sound effect ready. Tell me, what's a Daedra's favorite band? I'm ready. I'm ready with this. Okay, I overshot the exit though. Should I pass wall left? I'm gonna go north and U-turn south. Val says, also, I have coffee. I would have stayed at it longer, but I have little wool gloves that don't do well with snow. My hands got too cold, yeah. Mayrunes 5. Thanks, Booba. You gotta get snow gloves. Okay, I'm being attacked right now. I don't like that, so I'm trying to escape. This is my way out, my mad rush out of here, so we can get to Crypt of Hearts today. You're the Flash? I didn't know that about you. I did not know that. Let's go this way. No, this can't be right. Well, I'm already in here. Let's go this way. Oh, ooh, ooh, this is good. I think. This has to be good. No, maybe it's not. I don't think I can pass wall up and just create a new pit. I don't think so, at least. Maybe I can? Does pass wall make new pits? Let's find out. What happens if I use pass wall here? Did that do anything? No. Okay, well that was a total waste. Alright, out of the pit. Dang it. Dang it! There's definitely more than 5 inches of snow. It came up to my shins! Well, I hope you're staying warm. You take care of yourself. What do you guys think if I go here? Let's go here. And then jump. And then south. That's what I'll do. Turn around. Wait, is this right? West and then south? Okay, hang on. There's a skeleton. Hiya! Yep. I'm just gonna keep jumping and swinging, jump and swing. There we go, we did it. The good old jump and swing, guys. You're vibing to my deaths too much to even know what I'm actually doing here. That's fair. I'm just trying to... Well, right now I'm trying to get out of here. This says there's an absence of light in the area, only adding to the forlorn something or other, which means we're close to the entrance. Here we are, here we are, here we are. Is this it? Is this it? Come on. Wait. Yes, this is right. Skyrim logic. You can shout a bear off a mountain, but open a door at the same time as an NPC? Impossible. Okay, cool. We are back on the main level of this. I'm gonna do a little save. Little save. Ooh, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're having fun here, even though I'm dying a lot. I feel like dying a lot is just what you do in this game. Okay, so I'm at the blue dot. I'll tell you what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get from the blue dot to the green dot. Okay, there's a green dot. This green dot will get me back out into the rest of the world. And once I'm here, I can deliver this piece of the map to some priest dude who's going to tell us where the next dungeon is, called the Crypt of Hearts. And there, within, is a piece of the Staff of Chaos, which we need to reassemble to get Jagar Tharn, off the throne. It's currently a Tharn throne, but we want Tharn Garn. Get out of here, Tharn. Get Garn. Garnet? Darn it. It's single digits, but we didn't get a lick of snow. Yeah, that's still cold. It's gonna be cold. I feel like it should snow, and I feel like everyone should just stay home and be cozy. So I'm gonna go west and then north, maybe? Let's try that. I'm gonna try getting, am I still invisible? No. I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna try using an invisibility potion and see if I can just make a rush for the exit. When we get back to town, I need help remembering to use to buy more invisibility potions, because I think they are helpful. So we're going north. We're going this way. There was a door there. Let's go through the door. Why not? North. Around the pit. The pit o' doom. Okay, I don't know if this is, if we go kind of northwest here and then go north. That seems to be an option to get, you know what, hang on. Give me some light, I'd like to see. Thank you. Go this way, and then let's jump over here. And then over here, I don't know if this is correct. Around you lie pools of seething lava welling up from deep below. Oh, we've read this before. This isn't right. But we're getting close. I wonder if I can just pass wall like, oh, you know what? Let's save the pass wall because I'm not too far from this. We're gonna aim for this, take us back into this passageway, and then we're good. So we're gonna go west. West. This way. We hear the sound of asthmatic spiders. Just breathing their hellos in our general direction. Alright, here we go. We're passing some more spiders. We're gonna jump over the lava, and we're gonna turn north toward our exit. Yeah, get me out of here. We did it. We did it, guys. Back to Camlorn. Back to Camlorn. Let's go. Guys, that was great. We did it. We escaped. You have arrived in the city-state of Camlorn in High Rock Province. The date is Morndus, 21st of First Seed, in the year 392 of the Third Era. It took 5 whopping days to get here. Camlorn, Jewel of the West, greets thee, weary traveler, and bids thee welcome to our city-state. Welcome. Welcome indeed. What time of day is it? Oh, it is daytime. That's nice. That is nice indeed, for we don't have to worry about being attacked by monsters. Let's see if we can find the Brotherhood of Seth. The Brotherhood of Seth, guys. That's what we're looking for. There it is. Brotherhood of Seth. Southwest. By the water. By the seaside. By the seaside. Welcome to Camlorn, Jewel of the West. It's a beautiful day here. Should we talk to any NPCs? We do need to sell and buy. So I feel like we should prioritize those things, and once we sell and buy, we should be good to pass a little bit of time in Camlorn before we nap, recover our health, and then continue with our epic quest. Okay, I think it was... Hang on, let's double check where we're at. Did I pass it? Is it further north? No. Continue southwest. Continuing this way. Along the docks. Moving along the docks. We are in High Rock now, the home of the Bretons. For anyone wondering, I know it's obvious. But I thought I'd say anyway. We're still not there. Further south, further south. You know what? I think I can recognize the building because all of the temples, here we go, have like stained glass. This should be it here. Yes, okay, we're in the right place. The smell of fresh Arctic air of spring that comes with you. Hang on, let me start that over again. The smell of the fresh Arctic air of spring that came into the Brotherhood of Seth sanctuary with you mixes with the slightly spicy smell of incense. You can hear the clergy far away giving a pray of thanksgiving for the beauty of the new year. This paragraph is very hard to read to me for me for some reason. Kleewalk! Hi Kleewalk. How are you today? How are you? Happy Monday. Did you work today? What's going on in your world? You're good? I'm glad to hear that. I'm doing well, thank you for asking. I'm having a great day. It's cold here though. I'm chilly. I had to take a break and get a hoodie because I'm kind of uncomfortable. But you came at a great time. We just finished part of a quest, part of the main quest line, and we're continuing. We're continuing with it. You were supposed to work, but it got canceled, so you streamed some Stardew, and now you have to do chores. Chores are not fun. I discourage everyone from doing chores. You gotta get out of here, Executor. Thanks for hanging out. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a great rest of your day. You take it easy. I'll see you soon, I hope. Spartan Antonio says, High Rock home to the Breton and one of the coolest Elder Scrolls characters to exist. Is the Breton in general the coolest Elder Scrolls character, or is there like a specific character you're thinking of who's from High Rock? A very cool Breton. You don't recommend chores? I have to do laundry. I'm not excited about it. I also have to do dishes. My sister is coming to visit on Thursday, but only for lunch. She's moving from Texas to Pennsylvania, and she's stopping along the way visiting people, and she's decided to stop for lunch. She was gonna visit, like an overnight visit, and now it's whittled all the way down to just like hanging out for an hour, so I gotta clean my whole house so my sister can be here for an hour. You made a bunch of ice cream? What flavor? It's cool that you make your own. You hope to be back before I finish? I'll be here. I'll be here for a couple more hours. Does that count as a chore? Does making ice cream count as a chore? Sure it does. Hi, by the way, thank you very much for lurking. Hope you're having a good day. Spartan Antonio says the knight from the ESO trailer update who won versus 3 all the main faction leaders by himself. Oh boy, I haven't seen any of the recent updates, but are we talking, we're talking what's his face? The handsome guy? The handsome guy who's, there's like a scene of him lying without a shirt eating bread in the middle of the quest line. What is his name? It's like, starts with a D, Dorian, I don't know. Who knows what I'm talking about? Soup says, about to start an hour and a... Oh god, ethics training. That is hot garbo. It's necessary, I guess. But some of it seems quite obvious. But, I don't know. Hi, I'm standing on your altar. I'm here, I have arrived. I bring to you this map. Unbelievable, he says. I did not credit you with the tenacity you obviously possess. I can't remember what voice I did for this guy before. Let's go, should we, I don't know. I'm not very good at voices. I'm gonna go with over-the-top, exaggerated Italian again, because that's sort of what's in my head right now. Unbelievable! I did not credit you with the tenacity you obviously possess. For my part, I gave my word to tell you the location of the Crypt of Hearts, and gods do not suffer the men whose words carry the weight. Hold a moment while I read this map. Brother Halphus takes the map you recovered and goes into another room. Almost an hour goes by before he returns. He nods knowingly to you and then asks for your map. Quickly, he sketches out the location of the Crypt of Hearts. Somewhere in High Rock Province. Somewhere. We'll have to find out where. We'll have to find out where. No, not him. The knight's face is never shown. His name is never spoken. Oh, just the Breton hero, I think is what he's called in ESO language. I think he's just called the Breton hero. I know exactly who you're talking about. He is cool. He's got a cool outfit, which you can get, but it makes you look like you have a pot belly. The costume's pretty bad, actually. Soup, you're not wrong. That would sum it up for the most part. Karma says, 3 were a nog base. Oh, the ice cream. 3 were a nog base. Coconut milk, fake nog. It was on clearance. Nice. 1 got chocolate added to it. Last one was cereal milk based chocolate ice cream. Lots of flavors. Dr. Admiral asks, when did he become Italian? I can only do so many voices, and they're all bad. But I thought that would mix it up a little bit. Just want to mix things up. You know. He's just from a particular region of Cyrodiil. This guy? Maybe. The knight from the High Isle trailer? Okay. Maybe I'm thinking of somebody else then. I never finished High Isle. Okay, so we're gonna look at our map. We gotta sell some stuff. We gotta get to the Mages Guild. We have to get to a blacksmith. I went to the wrong map. I just want to see... I can't travel. Okay, forget you, man. Forget you. I'm out of here. I'm out of here, man. I'm running for it. The guy went into the bathroom to peruse the map scrap he just sent you for reading material. That could be it. It's kind of rude. Rude. This thing kind of scared me a little bit, this statue. Not a fan. Alright, now let's look at our map. Where are we actually needing to go? We should still be in High Rock. Is this it? No, that's where we were. Is this it? Okay, this is where we're gonna end up going in just a few minutes. Let's make sure we have supplies. Oh, here we go. Bargain supply store. Let's go there. Northeast. Already facing that way. That's perfect. Bargain supplies, guys. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Here we go. Is this the right place? Is this bargain supplies? He was in there for an hour. He's really bound up. He needs to get more fiber in his diet, clearly. An open window in bargain supply store brings in the smell of spring flowers as you look over your money to see what you can afford. There are several displayed items that might prove useful. Nice. I would like specific things, please. I'd like to sell a bunch of stuff. Oh, actually, first I want to see if my current gear is damaged. And by my current gear, I really only care about my sword. Where is it? It's still in new condition. Excellent. At least it wasn't a Bavarian officer. Prussian. Prussian. But yes, you're not wrong. I gotta make some clips from that. I have to make some clips from that still. I want to get some sound effects from it. Sound clips that we can trigger. Sell. Oh, what game is this referring to? There's a game called A Bavarian Tale, and then it has a colon and then something in German. And I know the translation means all hushed up, but I don't know how to say it in English and what the word is. But it's basically it's A Bavarian Tale, and it's this indie game from Germany. The company's called Active Fungus Studios, and it's a great game. It's a historic RPG with a lot of humor in it, and there's a scene where you have to do basically a fetch quest for a guy who is Speaking of, this is the, Booba has triggered the music from that game. This is the combat music that plays while you're fighting in that game. It's a little goofy. But basically you have to do a fetch quest for a Prussian officer who's stuck in a porta-john. Yeah, that's exactly it. Totgesch vegan. I don't know. Probably butchered that. But it was really great. I really enjoyed it. I'm looking forward to doing a replay or playing the demo for the next one because there's going to be a series. Thank you, Booba, for demonstrating the combat music. It's fun, isn't it? We really enjoyed that game as a community, I think. So, but I reached out to the studio and they were very kind enough to say I was allowed to make a few sound clips for my stream, so I'm gonna do that. The sounds from the outhouse, yeah, there was a lot of like toilet humor, a lot of like farting noises, frankly. It's all good though. Let's sell some stuff. Are we jammed to this? I'm not really gonna haggle. I'm just gonna sell them everything because I don't really feel like dealing with it. Except for things that are equipped. Everything but stuff that's equipped. Sell. I had this stuck in my head a couple times this week actually. Thank you, Booba, for playing that. Hope you enjoyed it. Elvenhelm. Just like IRL Bavaria. You know, we had some German people in chat, and they said the accents were perfect. Like they sounded actually Bavarian, which makes sense because they had. I mean, it was literally a German game with German voice actors, so I'm sure they had Bavarian voice actors. I think. You know, and they just did an update. They just did an update that is supposed to improve the English translations. There were a few parts of the game that weren't translated, and that was challenging, but still kind of quirky and fun, and we just kind of rolled with it. You could definitely still play the game, even with the translations being not perfect. I was confused though about the names because they use like a lot of nicknames and stuff, and I was confused about, you know, something being a nickname versus somebody's actual name. But I still recommend the game. It was a lot of fun. It was just a silly, fun time. Why is it such a good bop? I know, it's just I was surprised when we first sat into our little first bout of fisticuffs. And that song started playing. I was like, alright, I guess that's what we're doing now. Apparently the accents in Assassin's Creed 2 sound like Albanians speaking Italian. That's interesting. Short bow. I'll keep a bow for a ranged option in case I need it. I'm just selling all the other stuff, basically. Mark. Get out of here, Mark. Who do you think you are? I'll keep the bracers of pass wall. I don't know how many charges I have left with it, though. I'll keep the ring of light. I should probably double check how many... that sold for 2k. That's nice. I should check how many charges pass wall and light have. I might need to repair them so that I have more charges. We're just clearing our inventory, getting some money, getting some weight back, I guess. You know what I find annoying maybe about this game is that there's both a limit to the maximum amount of weight you can carry and the number of items you can carry. So even though I could carry more because I'm super strong, there's only X number of spaces in my inventory, and I find that annoying. The music gives you dopamine? We could just play it all the time. This is tedious, though. I will say, I wish I could just create like a list of all the things I want to sell and sell everything at once, you know? We're gonna get there. We are getting oh god, 4.6k. That's nice. We're definitely getting to, okay, we made it through all of this. Okay, cool, we're good, we're good. Let's try, repairing. Let's repair the Ring of Light. 10 days and 922 gold. No, we're not waiting 10 days, Conan the Barbarian. We are gonna wait. I can't wait that long. I can wait exactly 1 day. Yeah, that's fine. I'll wait 1 day for that. Thank you. I also would like to repair, I'd like to add a job. Bracers of Pass Wall. It'll take 10 days and no, faster. Can't wait that long. 1 day. It'll take 10 days to repair this, exactly. I don't know. It'll cost me 11,000 gold. That's okay, that's fine. Just do it. Alright, we are good. Excellent. We have to go pass a day in order to get our stuff back. Alright. How much money do I have? Like 22k, I think? Not too... Well, maybe more now. I did just sell a bunch of stuff. Let's look. Let's actually look instead of assuming. I have 21k. 21.6. I do want to go to the Mages Guild. We can find that. It's here, northeast of here. And once we get there, we're going to buy some more potions. Let me just mark this on my map. The Essential Gear Store. Is this the Mages Guild here? I think it is. It's the one without the mark on the door. The mystical energy in the Mages Guild runs through you like a charge of lightning. Outside, nature is in her full Arctic glory, but she has little power in here. From the stone walls to the scrolls and potions, the most mundane parts of this chamber seem like phantasmagoria. God, say that 10 times fast. Come on, can't you give me easy words? Give me easy words. I'm tripping over everything I say today. I would pretty please like to buy potions. Let's do... We used a lot of resist fire potions, so I want to buy... Let's buy a few more just in case. Thank you for that, hydrate. I do forget to hydrate. I do forget. I drink so much water when I'm not streaming. when I am streaming, I'm like, oh yeah, water. Let's buy, I don't know, let's buy 20 of these. I feel like we've used quite a few of them. So let's buy 20. And I'll counter for, let's say, I don't know, 1,200. And that's fine. That's fine. And then we're gonna buy a couple invisibility potions. Oh, we definitely need healing potions. Let's buy 50 of these. The potion of true heal is one of my favorites. Very practical indeed. I'd be happy to sell it to you for a mere 5,000 gold. Okay, let's do 4,000 instead though. How about that? I can tell a shrewd bargainer when I see one. Alright, whatever. Yes. And then we wanted a couple more invisibility potions, I think we decided, right? I got Cure Disease. Invisibility. Let's just get like 5 of these. By 5, I mean like 10. Great. We are good. Exit. See ya. Save. Save this as Camlorn. Actually, I'm gonna save it here. I'm getting too many save files, you know. Camlorn. Okay, so we gotta pass 1 day and then go get our stuff back. Because I want those things. Let's find the nearest inn. We know we can sleep right outside the gates. But I think if there's just an inn right here, we could do that too. And just use 10 gold, but it might be faster. Oh my god, is it actually gonna be faster just to go outside of the city than to sleep somewhere? We must not know where the nearest inn is. Let's just ask somebody. Hello? It's a statue. That's not a real person. Hey, you, stay still. Stay still. I'm chasing you down. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. Hey, who are you? They call me Tristorian Morsley, the field hand. I work my heart out during the harvest and starve in the winter. Well, okay, I'm sorry about that, but where is, pretty please, the nearest inn? I need to sleep desperately. Might be wrong, but I look northeast of here. Thanks. Let's go northeast. No, he might be wrong. I'm gonna take him at his word that he's right. We're gonna go northeast. Everybody keep your eyes peeled. We're looking for an inn. An inn, which has a sign hanging above a door with like a mug on it. This is an inn, right? Booba asks, do you guys carry anything for self-defense when traveling within the city, or just for outdoors? So, at night in the city, there are monsters and stuff that will spawn. So at night you want to have like your weapon. Oh! Sorry. Run away. Okay, we're gonna have to kill this guy now, I guess. Well, now I'm a murderer. Dang it. I feel guilty. Yeah, so monsters can spawn. So you want to keep your weapon out. Let's get out of here. See ya. Oh, hey, here we go. The Restless Albatross. Oh, you meant in real life? Through the open door and windows, all the smells of spring come into the Restless Albatross, and the freeze of winter months fly out. Do I carry anything for self-defense in real life when traveling in cities? Or just go outdoors? Do you mean like, do I... What do you mean the difference between traveling in cities and outdoors? Like, outdoors in the city? I'm confused, Booba. I'm sorry. I don't usually carry things for self-defense. Perhaps I should. I don't go anywhere. Oh, for a walk. When you go for a walk? No, not usually. I probably should. Hi! So what time is it? It's 8:20. Oh my god, we're gonna pass the whole day. Hey. I'd like to, get a room. A single room. 10 gold. I have had quite a lot of self-defense training, though. Just for whatever that's worth. Which I suggest everybody do, especially women. Or people in, like the LGBT community. I think people in that community should probably get training, just because there's a lot of really... The rhetoric right now is not so great. There's a lot of hate. People should be able to defend themselves. I'm gonna save. Oh, I can't save here. Hang on, we're gonna sleep for a day. We're gonna sleep for 23 hours. It's a nice 23-hour nap. Now we're gonna get out of here and go get our stuff. And then we are going to just exit door. And then we are gonna go to the Crypt of Hearts. Okay, this is wrong. I'm absolutely in the wrong place. Maybe it's the opposite wall. I'm so lost. I thought it was right across from him. Oh, it is. Okay, so which store were we at? It was the bargain supply stores. I think. So we're gonna go southwest. If I can find southwest. Let's go. Thankfully nobody is attacking us for having murdered two people. Murdered two people in cold blood because Booba told us to. Booba Bay. Booba Bay. Such a bad influence. Booba says, I was thinking to get a baton or something. Smaller sized metallic baseball bat. Would also look badass on my back coming with my new motorbike. Motorbikes are cool. Yeah, I don't know what the laws are there and what you're allowed to carry and what you're not allowed to carry. Collapsible batons here, I think if you concealed them would actually be illegal. I could be wrong, but collapsible batons are fun. Just saying. They are fun. Okay, I missed it. Turn around. Turning around. Going this way. And then we're gonna look. We're gonna use our eyeballs and look. South. It's this building here. It's just the opposite side. Alright, you. Conan. Barbarian man. Give me my stuff back. I want my stuff back. Is it very dangerous where you are, where you're walking about? Status. The status of the Ring of Light. It's ready? Well, give it to me then. Repair. Status. Racers of Passwell. It's ready to... Okay, so hopefully I have both of those now. Do I need to equip them? I'm gonna click on it. I assume I'm wearing these now. Great. Let's get out of here. We're gonna save for Camlorn, and then we'll move on to Crypt of Hearts. Crypt of Hearts, which anyone who's played ESO knows is a dungeon in ESO. I suspect it does not look like the dungeon in ESO. This is one era later. I don't know how many years later, but it is a later era. Whoa, hello, everyone's just standing there dancing in unison. We're gonna right-click on this map. And we're gonna go click on this part. And then we're gonna click on that thing. Crypt of Hearts in High Rock Province. Date is Tyrdes, 22nd of First Seed in the year 392 of the Third Era. Based on the current weather, it will take 19 days to travel here. Thank goodness they don't make you, like, stock up for food and stuff, right? The total distance is 840 kilometers. You should arrive by Freitas, 11th of Rain's Hand, in the year 392 of the Third Era. It's not really dangerous 95% of the time. I guess it's just that 5% you have to be worried about then, right? I don't know. Let's ride! Giddy up, everyone. Okay, here we are. The Crypt of Hearts. The chill of death seems to touch your heart as you gaze upon the stone walls of the Crypt of Hearts. Above the entrance stands a grinning skull, a warning to those who would traverse the halls of the dead. You can sense the sixth piece of the Staff of Chaos somewhere below. Booba says, bikers here, half of them are jerks, I gotta be ready. Gotcha. Well then, yeah, do what you need to take care of yourself, to defend yourself. Be careful. Make sure you're wearing, if you're wearing a motorbike, wear a helmet. I know people think you don't have to, but I've been to many an accident scene where people on motorcycles have frickin' killed themselves by being unsafe. And wear boots, because I went to one scene where somebody lost a foot and I can't get that image out of my head. It was pretty gross. We're gonna save this as Crypt of Hearts. Let's overwrite Stone Keep. We're not going back to Stone Keep. There we go. Pow! Ready for combat. You stand in the Crypt of Hearts. Hang on, the dialogue went away. The text is gone. I need to know what it says. Do I need to reload so I can have that say that thing again? Come on. Alright, hang on. Load game. Crypt of Hearts. Let's not walk so quickly forward. Karma says 1,000,000%, 100,000%. I can't see how many zeros there are. On the helmet, I would have died at 17 on a moped if it wasn't for my helmet. Yeah. I'm glad you took safety precautions. Okay, here we go. You stand in the Crypt of Hearts, a world of darkness and death. The air is still, decayed with age, and the smell of sulfur pervades the air. A hot wind seems to be coming from around the corner, to the south. Do we go south then, we think? Perhaps? We gotta find the Staff of Chaos. Okay, we're going south. I'm gonna use the Ring of Light again in here, because I did find it made my experience a lot better in the last dungeon to be able to see just a bit. Imagine that. Being able to see was helpful. This looks like a dragon on a wall. Look at this. Guys, check this out. We haven't seen anything like this in any of the other dungeons. This is very cool. We got a dragon. We got some moons. I wonder what this is meant to represent. Spartan Antonio says, meanwhile in Texas you can carry a full-ass board, sword, or rifle on your back. I love living in a state where you can still challenge someone to deathmatch in the law of mutual combat. Yeah, just, I imagine you should get like a glove you can take off and slap someone across the face and challenge them to a duel, right? Alright, we're gonna go this way. I feel like this is, look at my map here. Wait, is it, oh, guys, is it a secret passageway? Oh, it's a secret passageway! Guys, the tapestry thing was a secret passage. That's so cool, that's so cool. Give me that treasure. Some mysterious potion, let's just drink whatever that potion is. Bottoms up, guys. I don't know what it does. Bottoms up. I lost it. I lost it in my inventory. Well, we tried. Whoa, indeed, right? Whoa. Whoa. Booba says, getting myself a level 2 bike jacket as well. About $150 worth. It's a big deal for me because I don't spend more than $30 for anything I wear per piece. It's well protected. Yeah, I would not cheap out on safety gear. George has a motorcycle and, you know. Oh, guys, another secret passage. I'm losing my head here. I just clicked there and a door opened. I don't know where we're going, but we're gonna go this way. Save. George has a motorcycle, and I am very, like, insistent that he gets good stuff, good gear for that. To be fair though, he's a very safe person in general. You know, he's somebody who's, you know, not willing to crack his head open on some asphalt. He can help it. That's a secret passage too. Do we just keep taking all the secret passage? Oh god. I'm having like a little meltdown inside because there's so many secret passageways, and this is like fulfilling all of like my like mystery novel like fantasies or something, you know? Like when I like secret passageways. We're playing Clue, guys. We're just basically playing a game of Clue. We went from the kitchen diagonally across the entire place to what's in the bottom left-hand corner of the Clue board? Can you guys remember? Study? Stop trying to kill me, please. I'm kind of hungry today. I've been eating like nothing but toast and saltines and stuff for the past couple days, and I'm over the stomach thing. I feel like I'm over the stomach thing, and so is there a passageway too? Oh, this would be a perfect place for one. Dang it. I do hear the sound of breathing, which means there are spiders somewhere nearby. Because that makes sense. But my stomach feels better today, and so I feel like I'm like extra hungry because I've been eating nothing like really good over the past couple days. So I think I'm gonna make paella. Paella, like, you know, quotes, because I'm vegan, so we're making vegan paella. Glad I'm feeling better? Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you, Karma. Thank you both. Okay, I'm lost. I'm hanging out where there's some H's, I guess. I don't know if that's important. H-shaped pits. Paella, fancy. I am fancy. I'm a very fancy person. You can tell, right? I'm so fancy. Sounds like a solid choice as a first real meal. I did have a sandwich for lunch, so that was food, but it did have bread in it. Cider, that was it. Cider demanded to get off of my lap, so she's done. She's cut off from lap time for the rest of stream. I do this paella that has it's like leeks and chickpeas, leeks and garbanzo beans, and they're so good. I had to special order saffron because my grocery store didn't have it. Rusty makes a really good paella. It's so yummy. Nice! Madish is being creepy. I don't know why. Is this like you're countering my fancy by being creepy? You made eggs on toast for brunch. That's a solid choice. No, we're not saying poor cider. Poor cider has got on my lap and off my lap about 15 times already today, and she is cut off. If she wants to be on my lap, she needs to sit still and stay seated. But she is daggone cute. It's hard to deny her. It's hard to deny her anything, you know? Where are all these things coming from? Stop it. Cause you fancy? I am fancy. Read poor cider again. I was about to be like, no! Then I realized I literally just explained why no. Cider's so cute, though. She makes me happy. Hey! Oh, I'm gonna die. Let me do a healing potion. Heal. Let's see if I can jump up and kill this death hound at the same time. Come on, let me up, let me up. Well, I don't know how I ended up in my journal, but here I am. The useless journal. Doesn't tell you anything useful. Okay, so I jumped up, killed the thing, kersplat! Kersplat! Now we're gonna go this way. I don't know if we're just going backwards. Let me look at my map. Okay, this is different. This is different. There's a... Okay, there's some... I'm paralyzed. Perfect. We're gonna do free action. Let's kill these things. And I'm gonna see if I can take a nap. Take a nap over here, get my health back. There are enemies nearby. I don't know where they are, but I can hear them. I hear some growling. I hear the door opening. I hear the death hound opening the door. Hellhound, my bad. They're opposable thumbs. Healing potion. Doing another save. Crypt of Hearts. That's where we're at. Okay, kill you. Ooh, what's this? This looks important. Ah! Run away, run away. Okay, here we go. Be brave, be brave. Bravely run away, away. Okay, let's get this treasure. Loot, loot. And then we'll do a heal, and then we'll save. Because I don't want to ever have to redo things, guys. I feel like I spend a lot of time falling into pits and also redoing things in this game. I'd like to just have forward progress as much as possible. We are in the phase of my stream where we are gonna wander. Oh, God, look at that. That door is just... Is the door on my side? Is it gonna kill those things? Just close on those beasts? I'm not sure. We're in the part of the stream where I just wander. We wander and we try to find things. And at some point when I get desperate, I will look up the answer. And we'll go there. For now, we wander. For now, we wander and hope. We have found things before. Without looking it up. But these dungeons are quite ridiculous, so that's what we're doing. Delete that. Press enter. Hey, we're being raided. We're being raided by Arabies. Guys, Arabies is here. How was your stream? You two, you guys have a nice time on your raid? You're playing Skyrim, probably? Hang on, let me get caught up on chat. Let me put my game down for a second so I can actually read chat. Hi, thanks so much for being here. Thanks so much for coming in. Tell me all about your stream. Tell me about your Skyrim. Were you still doing the really funny, not crowd control, but the other one? You do the other one, right? Let's see. Getting caught up on chat. Scrolling way up. Scrolling up. Oh my god. Guys, thanks so much for being here. Let's see. You were playing Skyrim. Awesome. Yeah, guys, if you aren't following Airbees, please do. They're funny. They are funny. Their chat is hilarious. Their content is very funny. I don't know if you play anything other than Skyrim. I've only seen your Skyrim streams, but I've enjoyed what I've seen of them. So make sure anyone here who isn't following them, go give them a follow and check them out sometime. Let's see. Wolf Plush is here. Hi. Stax is here. Hello. Cassandra's here. Hello. Nice to see you. Araby's raid. Thank you, Sophie. Thanks, Maddish. Holy smokes, everyone's just having a great time. Araby says we were hanging with the new Suchil follower. What a cutie. I don't know who that is. I'm assuming it's a modded follower. Feel free to tell me all about it and tell me more of about what you're doing if you'd like. Please do. Pickles, did you miss the stream? No, we just got raided, so I moved away from my game so I can look at my chat box and scroll. Welcome in, Pickles. Good to see you, of course. You had to babysit. No, we're still here. Karma says, Liz, I was going to check with Araby's about CC type effects. Nice. Mostly Skyrim, other things on Tuesdays. Okay, gotcha. Spine Chills says, I'm back. Welcome back, Spine Chills. I'm gonna tell you to check with them. Okay, cool. Yeah, I've seen Araby's streams before. I enjoy their stuff. Anybody coming with a raid, Araby's, if you two need to take a break, do whatever you need to do, de-stream, please take care of yourself. Thanks so much for bringing your community over here. It means a lot to me. I'll try my best to keep them entertained. We're playing kind of a very chill game of Arena, which is the first Elder Scrolls game. I'm not sure if you guys have ever seen that before, but it came out in 1994, so it's a bit janky. It's a dungeon crawler, and we are in the Crypt of Hearts. Those of you who play ESO, Elder Scrolls Online, will be familiar with the Crypt of Hearts. It looks nothing like the Crypt of Hearts in ESO. Let's see. Typing skills are strong as usual, yeah. The humblest of beginnings, that's a great way to put it. It's very humble indeed. For those of you who don't know me, hi. Good to see you. Nice to meet you. I'm Liz. You can just call me Liz, or Elise, or Elize, or Ellie, or Eli, or whatever makes you happy. I answer to anything, but I'm a relatively new streamer, been streaming for about half a year now. I usually play Skyrim, which I do on Wednesdays currently. I have permadeath Skyrim on Wednesdays, but we're going through Arena right now for fun. So let's get back to it. I'll show you guys Arena. I'll give you guys a quick idea of what we're doing in Arena so you can understand what's up. Thanks so much for being here. Booba with the emotes. Booba King of Emotes. So this is Arena. The story is basically that in the Third Era, Uriel Septim VII was sent to a plane of oblivion by his court mage, Jagar Tharn. Anyone again familiar with ESO knows the Tharn lineage is full of magic wielders who are maybe less than savory characters. But he's pretending to be the Emperor, and we know that he is not the Emperor, so we need to get him off that throne, and the way to do it is to reassemble the Staff of Chaos, which has been shattered into a number of pieces, 7 or 8 I think. We have to retrieve those pieces in various dungeons all around Tamriel. We are currently in High Rock in the Crypt of Hearts. And we're just looking around trying to find things. This is my character, Juniper. She's a Breton ranger, and she looks dope. Let me just say, ready for combat. We've discovered that armor means nothing in this game, but you gotta have a welding helmet on just for safety. Alright, let's see. And let me do a quick save here, because I don't know when I last saved. This is definitely a take 3 steps save sort of game, because you don't know. You don't know. I want to retrace your footsteps. There are no quest markers, and there really aren't clues, so it's sort of just like wander around and look for things and do your best. So we will know when we get there, when we're in the right place, when we see, I think we're looking for a blue dot on the map. You start at the green dot here, and when you find the blue dot, you get to go upstairs, or downstairs. Possibly downstairs. Alright. The welding, yeah, it's a welding helmet. Is the spiders? It does feel like a welding helmet to me. Heck yeah. Got some exp. We're gonna put it all into strength. Because we're gonna be super buff. We are very close to maxing out strength, guys. I don't know what we'll put points into after strength. Irby says, back in the old days, we didn't have none of them dar quest markers, I tell you what. Yeah. I kind of like that. They have that in Morrowind, right? But at least in Morrowind, they give you some idea of what you're meant to do. We're just meant to wander. Here, they're just like, figure it out. But it's fine. It's fine. I like it. Them there quest markers. It does look like a welding helmet. We're gonna go through here, because it's a cool door. It's a little different. Booba says, it's just Liz motivating me to wear a helmet while riding a motorbike. Exactly! That's what I mean. I'm here for you. I was just explaining to Booba Bay that it's important to wear a helmet if you're going to be on a motorcycle, because you gotta protect that noggin. Because if he doesn't protect that noggin, who am I going to have in here spamming the emotes and making me laugh all the time, right? Let's see. The trumpets. Yeah, the trumpets sound the XP gain and the level increase. Cassandra says, yeah, Morrowind gives you clues in the form of names and dialogue. And I like that. I do actually like that. I wish there was more of that in games instead of... I don't enjoy games for that like hold your hand a little too much. I like to actually have to think. That said, I did get absolutely lost in the cantons in Morrowind. I got so lost. I need to play a Morrowind like fully. I've never completed a playthrough of Morrowind. It's on my list, on my massive to-do list of all the games I want to play. Oh no, it got dark. It got dark. Hang on. The Telmenian says, goodness, I wonder how people must have reacted when they came across that guy falling from the sky. In Morrowind. I forgot about that. I completely forgot about that quest. Or that thing. Making that awful racket. A comment on a video said, yeah, that's something. I would prefer not that language necessarily in here, but I see what you mean. Alright. Okay, this door looks not happy, so we're gonna go this way. At least we found something that feels very crypt-like in the Crypt of Hearts, so that makes sense. Oh, sorry, Booba. My bad. I forgot. We've decided that we're not calling it Morrowind, we're calling it Merrywind. Merrywind. Alright, I'm gonna drink a health potion. Healing. Ah! The business zombies attack. And they make some groaning noises. Merry Windmiss. My bad. No worries. No worries at all. No worries at all. I just try to keep it, you know. I wouldn't say wholesome. I wouldn't say this is a wholesome place, but it's, I like to feel comfortable in here, I guess. I don't know. That makes sense. Okay. Oh, we found this. Is this the entrance again, or is this another one of these? Hang on, it's another secret passageway. Guys, I'm so hyped for the secret passageways. It was very random? Yeah, I believe it. I don't remember the guy falling from the sky, the sound he made or anything like that, but I remember the guy falling from the sky. Pickle says, the spider sound is not cool. It's my least favorite one. Just the breathing? I'm very sad that we haven't encountered any wolves here in this dungeon yet. Is it this one? Hang on. You're supposed... There it is. The wolves make the best noise here. They don't sound... Okay, there's fire. That's... Okay, let me take a resist fire potion. And then I'm gonna take another potion of healing, and then I'm gonna... Also, for anyone who hasn't played this game before, you have to right-click and, you know, swing your mouse about in order to attack with your weapon. And there are no directions, of course. I'm sure it came with a manual in 1994. I don't have the manual. Maybe it's in Steam. I haven't looked. But, you know, I didn't look that up when I started playing. I was just like, why can't I attack? It was like, ah, here. Gotcha. It was so weird because spiders should be silent, yet they just breathe. It's very weird. Araby says, gotta get ready for work. Have a great stream. Liz will be lurking. Yeah, thanks so much for being here. Again, really appreciate you bringing community over here. Thank you again for the raid. You have a great day. Have a great day. Okay, we gotta kill this thing. Maybe this was not the right way. Spine Chills, enjoy your lurk. Also, good luck on your side quest. Where are we going? Maybe let's go, maybe over here. We're just trying to flesh out the map a little bit and see what we find. Go north, and then, is this a secret door? Yes. These make the worst noise. Those are the scariest. And they regenerate, so you really do have to keep moving. They just pop back to life suddenly. They pop right up, like Arnie doing burpees. How's that for a reference? There's like 4 people here that might understand that reference, but it makes me laugh. Alright, I'm gonna take another healing potion. I'm gonna take a potion of resist fire. Ow. And then I think I'm gonna take another healing potion. Because, I don't like the fireballs being thrown at me. It's just mean. You're clipping that for Arnie? Awesome, thank you. Thank you, Sophie. I don't know if Arnie, I think Arnie was lurking a little bit. You're here, okay. Excellent. Alright, yeah, Arnie will do burpees on stream. I won't do burpees if you paid me to do burpees. I'm over that stage of my life. I've got a bad knee and no desire to exercise. Okay, hang on. I walk. That's the extent of my exercise. Sometimes I'll do yoga. Sometimes. That's about it. You will burp on stream? Excellent. Please do. I think that's why they're called burpees, right? Like, I feel like they, you know, they just make you want to expel some gas. I'm not really sure. Stop hurting me, please. I'm gonna save. It's been a minute since we've saved. We got some things making no- ah! Hang on. Stop trying to kill me. Did that thing just disappear? Do these things just disappear? I don't actually know. They might. I didn't know that. I've never noticed that before. I don't think I killed him. I think he just disappeared and he's gonna respawn behind me and kill me. Val says, I got jump scared by a spider last night too, actually. I don't know why, but I get easily spooked in the dungeons. It might be the music. That could be. I turned the music off and I'm just playing my own thing. Maybe that's the answer? Now I have to remember to work one up for Tuesday night. Excellent. Get a good burp in on stream. Alright. This... yes! I love a good secret door. Now where to? We still don't see a blue dot, right? The blue dot is what we're looking for. Give me that blue dot. Got a green dot. No blue dot. Alright. Okay. Stop trying to hurt me. Need to play some James Hannigan. I don't know who James Hannigan is. Do I? Do I know who that is? Should I know who that is? Is that a very popular artist or something? I don't know. Okay, that guy just disappeared. Healing potion. Excellent. Let's go this way. This feels like it should be a secret door. No? Yes. This is my favorite dungeon. This is the dungeon that's had the most secret doors. He's definitely haunting me. Ooh. There are no ghouls here. We had ghouls before. They were haunting me. Okay. I'm definitely gonna take a resist fire thing here as I jump poorly forward and into the fire. Yeah, this is... yeah. Maybe I should just... I'll just swim through the lava. It might be faster than trying to jump through this. Thank you for that, Redeem Buddha. Okay. Okay. He's the RuneScape music guy, not the fantasy music you play. You get them mixed up. Oh, okay. I didn't know the name. And I bet you, I can't imagine it in my head, but if I heard RuneScape's music, I would absolutely know it. Am I swimming in lava? Yeah, duh. I took a resist fire potion first. And surprisingly, resist seems to do a good job of protecting me. If the green bar is not stamina in this, it's health. But if the green bar goes down, then it has stopped protecting me. Crypt of Hearts 2, if I'm looking for what save file I need. You're not good with names? I am sometimes not either. Okay, here we got a crypt. Hey, stop. I don't know whose crypt this is. I like that there's just like this random... Oh, it says Mort. Oh, not Mort the name. Mort like death, I assume. I could be wrong. I'm never wrong. I'm never actually wrong. Link may have taken some short swims before, but they may have ended in evaporation. Is Link made of liquid? I'm very confused about the evaporation part of things. Crypt of Hearts 2. And I just want to look at my map again to see if I see the blue dot that we're trying to find. Maybe over here? If you guys see blue, let me know. See green? Let's go east. We'll start working our way east, perhaps. I mean, humans are like 80% water. But Link's not human, right? What is Link? Ooh, hang on. I see treasure. We're going for that treasure. Okay, get me out. Ow. We did it. Oh, that was close. But worth it, because treasure. Bad treasure, but treasure nonetheless. I wanted it. I think Hyruleans follow similar laws of biology. I mean, maybe. I don't know a lot about Zelda. Probably should play more of it. I posted a link to a recognizable song from RuneScape in the Discord. Excellent. I can't wait to check that out. Thank you very much for doing that. Let me see. Here's the Discord link if anyone wants to listen to that. Soup says, "You were almost a fool to confront me." Blah, 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 blah. The death video is very funny in this game. We basically have Nick Cage yelling at us. That's what we've decided he is. Save Crypt of Hearts 1. You had the smallest amount possible of health left. Yeah, and then I had a quick recovery. It was a scary moment there for just the briefest of moments. But I was in control. I knew what I was doing. I never do anything by mistake. Hey, King, how are you? King Kazuhachi's here. You should definitely play more Zelda. You think so? You think so? I don't have... I have a Switch. One second, please. Okay, sorry about that. George just got home. So Chaco is losing his freaking mind, as he always does. He's a big fan of George. He's such a big fan of him. He likes to pee when he sees George. Which I understand. I too like to pee when I get excited. I don't know. Let's see, heal. sounded like a blip, an intense blip? What happened? Was it Alexander Nakarada you listened to? Oh, I don't know. You're getting ads? How are you getting ads? I'm not running any ads. I only get... Okay, I'm gonna die here. Yeah.
You were a fool to confront me.
I'm not running ads. I've got the ad manager turned off, so I'm manually running ads, so we should be pre-roll only right now.
You will serve me well through my years as Emperor. Once I have made you undead,
So maybe you refreshed or something?
perhaps I will even let you retain some of your memories, so that the price of your failure has meaning to you.
Thanks, Nick Cage. Thanks, Sophie. It's been fine. It's been a fine day. I love that I have a thing for this. Yeah, a little loyal pup. Maybe a little too loyal. Yeah, he's got an excitable little bladder. Oh, the blips was the woof. I got you now. It sounds like a boomer issue. Yeah, guys. I am not of that generation. I know I'm very old, but I'm not of that generation. Not to say that boomers are old, because they're not. But they are older than I am. I think we're Crypt of Hearts 1. Is this right? Is this where I was? I don't know. I think it was pre-roll. I left, came back because lag is bad. Okay. I gotcha. We're gonna keep... Okay, we're gonna go this way. We're gonna keep the ads as they are. I'm gonna jump. It's gonna be perfect. Just perfect, like that. Hang on. Oh, that was a really last second save. Hang on. I exit and press G really, really fast. Excellent. I'm gonna resist fire. That was close. That was clutch, really. Heal. Save. Sir Coffee, thanks for being here, friend. I hope you're having a good day. Enjoy your lurk. Good luck on your side quest. Go get some loot, man. Go get some loot. And bring it back. And share. Sharing is caring. Okay, heal. How many healing potions do I have? Oh, hundreds. Hundreds. Actually, I could tell you for sure. Give me a second. I've discovered that I can carry a lot of them, which has been a good thing. Is this tower shield literally broken? So why am I carrying it? Get out of here, tower shield. What good are you? I have exactly 100 healing potions. Not bad, huh? So if you could just keep track of those so I don't, like, use too many, that'd be helpful, thanks. That's now your job. Matt is just gonna rage quit. Okay, we're gonna kill this thing. And then we're gonna go this way, I think. Kill this thing. Or it will kill me. Okay, something's shooting fire at me and I don't know what it is. This looks unusual. Let's click on it. No. I hear the moaning sound of something. Something's gonna jump out and kill me here. Okay, there it is. Let me stop. Why can't I kill this thing? Alright. Check where we're at. We still don't see a blue dot. I'm not really sure where else to explore. Maybe this area? If we can get up there? Or maybe I should finish this area of the map first. Let's do that. Let's be thorough. Ow, 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 ow. Help, help.
You were a fool to confront me, and not...
Thanks. I was a fool. I was a fool. I know. It's sort of my brand. I gotta remember that M is not map. M does nothing. M is a useless... I gotta remember all the buttons. I'll put that right in front of my face. I am ready. Through here, take a healing potion. You're about to tell me to grab the sheet? Yeah. I mean, it's been useful. It's been useful. Okay, that thing just shot fire at me and then disappeared, which is like super rude. If you're gonna fire at me, you better stand around and fight. You better let me kill you back. That's how it works. Let's go north, and then east. Is this where I died? I think it might have been. Yes, I died trying to make that jump. Let's go this way instead. And maybe I take a healing potion. Not a healing potion, a fire resist potion. A preventative fire resist potion, because I can't stay out of the lava. I do lament the loss of my Helm of Levitation that let me just bounce my noggin along the ceiling and down the halls. That was useful. Let's go this way. Into this crypt area. I saw something. Just losing my mind. Slowly, surely, losing my mind. You shouldn't be able to open doors. You have no body. Nobody knows the trouble I've seen. South? Do we want to try checking this area? We haven't been over here yet. I don't know if... I feel like we've been spending a lot of time in the southeastern regions of most dungeons, so maybe they mix it up here and it's not... Oh, there's a troll regenerating. Oh, I hate that noise. Get me out of here! Walk right toward it. Perfect. Okay, keep going. Keep going. Gotta get out of here. Die. This way? Okay, come on. Where's the door? Where's the door? Val says, playing Arena alongside the stream and you just came across my first, Arngolm. Your Arngolm. Did you survive your first Arngolm encounter? I should do an Arngolm command. Nice Arngolm counter. Okay, I'm literally stuck between two ghosts, which should be impossible. Because again, they don't have bodies. Why can't I pass through them? This is ridiculous. I'm irritated. Defies logic. I'm gonna do a healing potion. And then I'm gonna... I don't know what I'm gonna do. Flail about. I'm gonna flail. That worked. Flailing worked. I'm gonna do a save. Let's continue. There's another troll somewhere around here. There! These things are scary. They make the worst noise. Okay. That's the noise. Thanks for demonstrating. Okay, we've been moving a lot. We should have... we don't have the blue dot yet. I should have titled this The Quest for the Blue Dot. That would have been a more apropos title, I think. Okay, we got another ghosty thing. Val says, I survived. He had me trapped in a pit, and I thought it was an ice golem at first until I got out of the hole. And then you realized your mistake. It was not an ice golem. It was an Arngolm. Arngolm. Maybe let's pass this wall. What do you think about that? Let's do that. That's something cool about this game that you don't have in other Elder Scrolls games, as far as I know. It could be in Daggerfall. But in this game, you can use pass wall. Just to say, I'm gonna skip this part and go through here, thank you. I'm gonna go this way. Let's see, Crypt of Hearts. I think I'll keep going north. keep exploring to the north here if I can. Got one more wall to destroy. Will this work? I don't feel like using another charge of the pass wall for that. Okay, but maybe I should have. Hang on. Kill this guy if I can. Okay, okay, I'm surrounded by... You know what, I guess that makes sense. We are in a crypt, and it just occurred to me that, yeah, it makes sense that there'd be lots of ghosts and stuff here. Not enough skeletons. I don't think we've seen any Draugr in this game, have we? We've seen zombies. They look like businessmen. They wear, like, suits and ties. Which makes perfect sense. Healing potion. Let's check the map. Still no blue dot, but I'm wondering if maybe it's in this giant area. This feels like maybe it's important. Let's try going south. We'll try... Okay, hang on. We got a hellhound to deal with. Is this the direction we came from? No, I don't think it is. I don't think it is. The trolls... Ooh, hello. Loot. You just killed some hellhounds? Nice! We're basically a team. Everybody's just playing arena, killing things. This game is free, by the way. If anybody is interested in giving it a try yourself, you can get it on Steam or the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages. Go pick it up there. And I recommend it. It's goofy. If you're a fan of the Elder Scrolls, why not give it a try? Why not try it and see what it's about? See if it's something you're interested in. It's a great game for free, for sure. Have I already been over here? Maybe? Resist fire. Do a little save here. Crypt of Hearts 2. In case if I die, I'm verbalizing which save file it is. Because if I die, I might need the community's help remembering which save file it is. And I do think that sometimes I'm better able to remember it myself if I just say it. If I say it aloud. I don't know why. I don't know if anybody else feels the same way. If you say things, you're more likely to remember them. I don't know. Nice little swim through some lava. Okay, seriously. Where the heck are we meant to go? Where are we going? All you Buffy fans out there might ask, where do we go from here? Which is a great question, let me say. Okay, we're gonna go this way. This seems important. Where do we go? Oh! This is right, I think. Hang on. Die. 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 Okay, maybe this is not right. It's just a dude holding a thing. Into the lava? We can go through the thing and get this loot. That's where we go from here. We go into the lava. That makes perfect sense. Perfect. I am gonna save here and take a really quick break. After I kill this thing, take a really quick break, get some ads out of the way, and then come back to the game. So I'll see you guys in just a few minutes here. Go take a break yourself, stretch those legs, get some water, do all those things. I'll see you in like 3 to 4 minutes. Thank you very much. Hello, I'm back. I'm back. Thank you guys for sticking around for that. If anybody got caught with some ads, thank you for sitting through them. I appreciate it. We're going to get right back into Arena. I am going to take just 2 seconds here to actually look at the map to figure out where I'm meant to be. So let me do that. And that way we can expedite the search for the blue dot. The blue dot. So we are in the Crypt of Hearts. And let's see, it's, oh god, it's a 4-level dungeon. Holy smokes, yeah. Looking is the way to go. Looking is the way to go for sure, otherwise we would never get out of here. So I'm looking at the map for the first dungeon, and it's, okay. I have an idea where it is now. Let's get back into it. I would not have found that anytime soon. Let's go. Okay, map time. We need to go here, basically. Which, I mean, you think you come out this way, you should just be able to go, this way. I've heard that you can speedrun this game in like 16 minutes if you know where you're going. But of course, I don't know where I'm going. Am I still fire resistant? Let's just double check. It doesn't say I'm fire resistant, so for safety's sake, let's take that potion. And let's just have a nice little jump. Nice jump north. An accidental splash into some lava. You guys think lava has a particular fragrance? You know how when you take a bath or something? Oh, hang on. In the middle of this... Ugh, dude, I'm reading. I'm reading, man. I'm trying to read. And... Okay, so we know we're going the right way because there are drums. In the middle of this sea of lava stands a temple. You can see its rune-inscripted walls shimmering in the heat. Well, that may be, but we're gonna go the opposite direction, toward the drums. The drums that signal progress. The harbinger of progress. The drum. Let's go west and then north, perhaps. I'm gonna take a quick healing potion. Healing potion. And then save. Crypt of Hearts 1. Got growling in my ear, which is not something I'm necessarily into. Okay, we're going this way. Necessarily? This way? There's a vampire? We haven't seen vampire. Get me out of here. We have not seen a vampire in this game. I'm not keen to see. Okay, well, I died. I guess my healing potion or my fire potion ran out. Good thing I saved. There's a vampire, guys. Let's see what vampires look like in this game. We haven't seen one yet. I bet they look very cool. I bet you they make a sound that does not make sense for vampires, because you think vampires, I want to suck it. Like they make noise like that, but in this game they probably go, ooh, ooh. Because all the sounds in this game are stupid, but like in a fun way. Okay, the vampire's regenerating. Let's find the vampire. Find the vampire. Chaco, please don't do that, buddy. Please don't do that. Okay, we got that happening. A lot of fire coming at me. Exit. And I'm gonna take a healing potion. And find it. Oh boy. Do I not have healing potions? I know I have healing potions. Okay, there it is. Little good it did. Little good it did. I think I need another rip there. Val says, just came across a glitched chest that won't open. It says open, but it just made the tile underneath change texture. That's weird. Which, are you still in Labyrinthian? I feel like you've got to be out of Labyrinthian by now. Then again, I feel like we were in Labyrinthian for ages. Ages and ages. Ages. Maybe I'll just use pass wall and go north. Holy smokes, how am I supposed to get there from here? Stone Labyrinthian just got the second key. And there are 5 keys, I think, if I remember right. You've got this. Just keep turning right. That's all I did. I just kept going right until I found everything. Sorry about the glitched, whatever, though. The glitched loot. Kymite says, huh, that's a coincidence. I'm just finishing Labyrinthian in Skyrim right now. Nice. Did you do Shalador's Maze? I've never done Shalador's Maze before. Okay, stop growling at me. I had never done Shalador's Maze before until my most recent playthrough of Skyrim that I'm still doing, actually, on stream. And it was fun. It's different. Healing potion. Just doing the college quest right now. You did in the past, though. Nice. Okay. I'm gonna try jumping this way. And directly into the lava. Overshot completely. There's, like, no easy way to, like... Did he just die because I, like, speared him as I jumped? That was weird. I'm not mad at it, but it was weird. Yeah, it's not easy to, like, get the jumps right here. I feel like I'm always moving too fast. I'm just too good of a jumper. Magris the Dim and Canon the Cunning or something. Oh, I know what you're talking about. The part with the 2 brothers. Yeah. You're playing as Roland Redbeard, a Breton fire mage with, of course, a ginger beard. That makes sense. Do you know Falk Firebeard? Is he Falk Fire? That's Falk Firebeard, right? That's the name. Me out of the fire. Speaking of fire. Okay, I'm in a bit of a pickle. Okay, hang on. This is the worst part of this map. Okay. Let's do a healing potion, but resist fire first. Resist fire, and then healing. God, this... I wish I had a potion of levitation, right? And I killed the guy. I killed the thing before I even got up here. Save. Save. Crypt of Hearts 2, if I'm looking for it in a minute. Correct? A distant cousin, I assume? Nice. Ah! I thought I had it. I did have it, and then I got excited, and then I fell. There we go. You 2 die, please. Falk Firebeard is the Jarl's Sewers in Solitude. Yeah, exactly. I knew that. I did at least know that one. I couldn't remember the name of the Thalmor guy earlier, but I did at least know Falk Firebeard. I always thought Falk Firebeard was kind of cool. I like the Patama quest. Patama quest is cool. Crypt of Hearts. Not Fartbeer as he's commonly called. Is that what he's called? I have not heard that nickname for him. I could see you giving him that nickname, though. You have a lot of really colorful nicknames for Skyrim characters, Karma. I'm gonna go north and then east and kill spiders. Lots of spiders. What is this? Is this it? Oh, we found it! You stand near the stairs leading down further into this crypt of the dead. A cold air gusts from the opening, bringing with it the smell of decaying flesh. Ew. Okay, more save. Let's go. Let's see if we can find the next blue dot. He is cool, right? Is that a dead guy? Is he useful? Does he have information for us? He's got some gold and a potion, and a tanto. Okay. Oops. It's very easy to end up in the exit screen, by the way. That's why it keeps popping up. It's because it's very easy to accidentally click on it. There's something here attacking me. I don't know what it is. Is it behind me? It seemed like it was coming from that direction. So that's weird. Alright, there's definitely something attacking. Oh, there it is. I don't know if we killed it. No idea. Let's go west. We came from west. Let's go back west. Is it dead? Where do these spiders come from? This is a problem. Thank you for the shatter glass. Shatter, my nerves are on edge here. Let's take some healing potions. Crypt of Hearts 2. Okay, so we're looking for blue dot. We can find the blue dot. We're just gonna go back. Okay, this thing just apparated. Any of these secret doors? I might have to go... Oh, I haven't gone here yet. Let's do that. North. All the way to the north. There must be a hidden door over here. There it is. Alright, excellent. I love a good secret passageway. It's the Agatha Christie fan in me. Alright. By the way, whenever I make noises like that in real life, Chaco takes it as an invitation to pounce on my face. So I have to be a little bit better about doing that and just not doing it. He's like, what's that? Ugh. Dogs, man. I don't know where he is. I assume he's hanging out with George right now. Let's go south. Into the depths. I would really like to find the next level. And just keep going here. You know, it seems okay. The skeleton just burst through that door. I didn't open that door. The skeleton did. Because it feels like the first level was too long. Like there was too much to it, and too much lava. I'm happy to be not where the lava is. However, I'm now thinking about it, and we are below the lava, which seems weird to me. You would sort of feel like that lava would be like the base level, like nothing further below than, you know, like lava is it, right? I don't know. That's not the case though. We are. There's like pools of lava. There's channels of lava above us right now, and we're just doing our thing. It's some yeasted lava? It must be. It does look like there's lava here at least, so that's fine. Okay, and here I am talking about lava and setting myself on fire. I'm gonna shut up, but not literally. Yeasted lava. Okay. Anyone new around here? Yeasted means cool, means awesome. Because, as everybody knows, when it comes to donuts, a superior donut is the yeasted variety. Cake donuts are objectively inferior. And this, you know, it's very important to me. Okay, I want to take a healing potion and try not to die while discussing my love of donuts. What is it called? Heal True. Yeasted is the opposite of hot garbo. You love Krispy Kreme? Well, those are yeasted donuts. There you go. Maybe down here? They're glazed, they are, but the donut itself, the dough is yeast. It's not, it's leavened with yeast. I don't know, maybe I cut through here. Let's use a pass wall. Make a little shortcut for ourselves so I don't have to do that again. Unless I just messed this up and chose the wrong wall. Yeah, I did just mess that up. Let's do it again. We're already here. Already here, and we paid a giant, half-naked man to recharge our ring of pass wall or whatever. Our bracers have passed well, so we're gonna use those. We're gonna use that stuff. If I can just get my freaking weapon out. Dude. Alright, now what? Southwest, perhaps? We could try that direction. We start working our way that way. There's a very realistic possibility that we're just going to end up going in circles. But I'd like to avoid that as much as possible. We're just looking. Okay, yeah, we've definitely been in here. Let's go. We didn't go this way though. We went. Oh, here's the business zombies we talked about. In case anybody hadn't seen those yet, they have important zombie business to attend to. We are interfering with it with our presence. Can I loot this? Dude, why are there so many spiders all of a sudden? Where'd you guys come from? They just swarmed. A swarm of spiders. It's terrifying. Northwest. Xander says, business zombies. They're back from the third era business con. You know it. You know it. Business zombies. They do look ridiculous in a place though, right? I don't feel like Bethesda had like a really good idea of what was going on in the world of Tamriel when they made this game. Like they hadn't developed the lore fully. I don't think Draugrs were a thing. I don't think the dragon cult was a thing. So we have zombies. And why shouldn't they wear, you know, a business suit? Here's my healing potion that I keep scrolling past. I got like a billion of them. Canon the Wise. That's the one? That's the one you're in? You've got this. I believe in you. I believe. I believe. Arena was back when Tamriel was kind of a vague concept. Yeah, that does seem to be the case. There's a lot of like really interesting stuff about like holidays and stuff in this game. Like every time you go to a town, sometimes it's like, oh, today they're celebrating the whatever fest, and that means you get half-price sales at whatever, because the god of whatever says you should. And it's interesting, because the god of whatever doesn't exist in later games. But there's a lot of that just goes away. They're like, I don't know. I don't know. They do borrow a lot from a lot of other, like, just general fantasy stuff, and some, like, real-world, like, religious stuff they borrow, too. So, it's interesting. Should I keep going west, perhaps? Let's try it. Okay, we got some imps that are not. The imps that are not. Because they have some of their name. Homunculus or something? Let's go this way. I feel like... Okay, there's still something trying to kill me. Oh, it's this guy. You can also sleep to heal, but there's really no great place to sleep in here, I've discovered. It just seems okay, because trying to talk to people, you stupid flying things. So I will just use all of my potions, it seems. Maybe I should have gotten more. Maybe I should have bought hundreds of these. Xander says, nowadays all the lore has to kind of fit into the picture of Tamriel with Skyrim, including the whole concept of Arena being Tamriel/Nirn. Yeah. It's interesting, the whole idea. Somebody said, I can't remember who it was. Oh, hang on. Is that the exit? Somebody said in one of my original Arena streams that it's pretty sad if the state of things in Tamriel are so bad that people just call it the Arena, like as a nickname, you know? Stocks are up and brains are down. Killing is their business and business is good. Is this the right place? Is this the blue door? Yes, it is. We did it. You enter the third level of the Crypt of Hearts. The walls are covered with a sticky, foul-smelling, mucus-like substance. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. In the distance can be heard screams of agony. Help! Help me! I guess. I don't know. What do screams of agony sound like? You guys test out some screams of agony on your end. I'll let you know if I hear you. If they're agonizing enough, Record yourself screaming in agony and share it to the Discord, please. Sounds nice? It does. The place to be. Thanks, Booba. Is Kermit screaming in agony? Poor Kermit. I know it's not easy being green, but it's not agony. Let's not be dramatic. It's a bit dramatic. It's a dragon! It's a dragon! Everybody hide! Hide the dragon! I'm gonna heal. I didn't need to heal, but I did. Cassandra says, I do love that Bethesda has been willing to acknowledge the older games as part of the lore with stuff like crowd control mods, or not CC, Creation Club mods, Spell Knight armor, and Dead Man's Dread, bringing back things from Redguard and Arena. That's very cool. I don't have a lot of experience. I don't know those things. I'll have to look into them though. It's very cool. I'm gonna put a marker in my stream so I can come back and look at that again because I do want to look that stuff up. I don't know necessarily how Bethesda has taken this game and fit it into the complete picture of what we know today as Tamriel and lore as of the 4th era. That's really interesting. Josh says, I'll get right on that next month. Yeah, I mean, do it right now. Oh, but not that right now. God, Joss, I misunderstood. Don't go into labor right now with your screams of agony. My bad, guys. Joss is pregnant. Joss, don't do that. But record yourself screaming in agony right now and post it in the Discord. I'll make it a command. I'll press a button and Joss will scream in agony. We want that, right, guys? Do we want that? Let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. New poll. Joss, agony soundbite? Yes. No. Ah! I'll give you guys, 5 minutes to discuss. That's important. It's an important topic. You guys let me know what you think about that, and we'll get back into Arena. Cassandra says the Spell Knights are said to have come from the Crypt of Hearts. Really? Okay. I did not know that. And Dead Man's Dread adds Cyrus the Redguard saber, ship, and his outfit. So he's the is that the protagonist from Redguard? I haven't played Redguard yet. I want to. That takes place. That's actually before Arena, right? It was released after Arena, but the events take place before Arena. Please tell me if I'm wrong. Josh says, "Why would anyone want that, Liz?" I don't know. I just do what you guys tell me to. You just got the staff piece, Val? Congratulations. Just use the Wilhelm scream. Is that in the public domain? If it is, maybe I will. That'd be fun. Cyrus is the only voice protagonist in the Elder Scrolls. Okay, it's Arena to Oblivion, all take place in the 3rd era. I knew that. I did know that at least. Okay. Here we go. Let's kill some things. Let's do a... Oh god, I'm gonna die here. Let's do a ring of light so I can see. And let's kill this thing. Redguard's before Morrowind. Okay. That's helpful. Maybe that's what I was thinking of. Because I thought it was before Arena even, but I knew it was released later. Keep pressing I for inventory, which is not the right button. G is inventory, of course. I guess it stands for Ginventory. Or gimme. Gimme that. Gimme that potion. Gimme that healing potion. Gimme that health. Where is it? Heal true. So it goes ESO, Arena, Daggerfall, Battlespire, Redguard, Morrowind, and so on. Okay. That's cool. Has anybody know what language am I speaking right now? Has anybody heard whether Bethesda has announced when the Elder Scrolls 6 will take place? Wouldn't it be interesting if it were a prequel? I don't know. Probably won't be though. I would like more between Elder Scrolls Online and the 3rd era, like more late 2nd era content, perhaps. I'd like to know how the Three Banners War plays out. Help. Help. I'm gonna die here. Yep.
You were a fool.
So far, only 2 games take place in the 4th era, Blades and Skyrim. I've heard good things about Blades. I think Val plays Blades. Val, you played Blades, don't you? Oh my god, that's hard to say. Val plays Blades by the seashore. Are we in Crypt of Hearts 2? Is this the right place? Or did I go the wrong way again? Hang on, hang on, hang on. Let's load regular Crypt of Hearts and see where it spits us out. Yes, this is right. Okay. Don't think they said when it takes place. Logic dictates it'll be the 3rd Elder Scrolls entry in the 4th era. I mean, I'd be happy with that. I just think it'd be interesting if they went a different direction. Hey, Falcon. Falcon says, I heard that the release date is based on the Second Coming. Second Coming of Christ? What happened? Then the release is... Oh, I see what you mean. I was like, what? You got me for a second there. Yeah, that could be it. That's it. You do play Blades. Okay, I thought so. Val plays Blades by the seashore. Actually, there were some leaks recently. Obligatory grain of salt. Thank you for that. Elder Scrolls release in 2026. Okay. I'd be happy to wait 2 years, but I would like it to be a productive 2 years, and I would like a polished, complete game. Dagnabbit, and not anything less. I would wait for a complete game. I get really annoyed with incomplete games that are buggy and require patch after patch after patch. It's not a bad wait at all, but it's a bad wait from the release date of Skyrim, though, because I feel like you play Skyrim, you know, in you know, the 20-teens or whatever you would say for that, and then you want more, and then they don't release it. They don't work on it. They're like, hang on. I'm sure you want more Skyrim, but how about some Fallout, and also a new franchise, and also this spider, and also how about some paralysis, and where the heck is that? Give me that free action. I'm paralyzed again? Hold on. Alright guys, with 60% of the vote, 60% of you chose ah for the Joss soundbite. Oh. Very important. Thank you guys for voting. Thank you guys for doing your civic duty. Democracy. Democracy in action right here, right now. You guys saw it. I'm very proud of you. I'm gonna try to heal myself. Where is the thing? Let's see. A complete and polished game. Do you have unicorns and dragons in your version of reality? I do. Thank you. That's reality. Dragons are real. And one of my very good friends uses unicorn in her username. We're friends from online. Joss and I have a mutual friend of ours. I know for sure that Todd has a lot on his plate, so we'll likely start hearing more soonish. I hope so. There's planned mod support for Starfield, DLCs for Starfield, the Indiana Jones... What is the Indiana Jones game? Why is there another game? Is that a Bethesda thing? I don't know anything about that. Let me look at my map. You might have canned unicorn somewhere? Ugh. It's pretty gross. I can't say I recommend that. Is there a door over here? This just looks like a giant... We shouldn't have come in this room. Kill that. Something else is trying to kill us. We got all the ghosts and specters and ghouls and spooks doing spooky things. Spooky. Spooky. Let's see what this random potion does. What's the worst that can happen? I don't know what it did. No idea. Heal. Let's look at my status effects. No idea. No idea. Xander says Bethesda partnered with LucasArts to make an Indiana Jones game. Todd is executive producer. with the studio working on it being Machine Games, which are the Wolfenstein devs. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. I think Todd maybe just wants to wear a cool Indiana Jones hat. Live out his Indiana Jones fantasies. Falcon says, no, don't recommend it, especially since the can contains a stuffed unicorn fluffy toy. It's kind of chewy. Okay, I won't eat the unicorn. I don't recommend people eat unicorns generally. I don't know where I'm meant to go here. Let's try... Oh, you know, I think we looked at a thing already and decided to go this way. Yeah, we did. I remember this now. Got distracted. Let's sleep and see if I can heal. Wow, that worked. That almost never works. Do a little save. And use my ring. Give me that light. I think remembering G as gimme is actually working for me when it comes to remembering the keys for this game. G is gimme. Okay, we got these things attacking me, which I hate. I don't know why they won't let me just wander around their crypt, making stomping noises. Donk, 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 donk. Big freaking Frankenstein boots. I love how Ria Silmain pronounces Tamriel. Tamriel? Yeah. Welcome to Tamriel. In Tamriel. I just like that there's a pause between, like scenes of her talking, right? Let's go, let's see what's at the end of this hallway. It'd be so cool if the exit is right here. It's not, but we looked. Okay, we'll go south. Let's try looking southeast. That just happened to... Yeah, it's just goofy, isn't it? So Ria Silmain, for those of you who don't know, is it's a member, I think, of like the Council of Wizards. She knows that Jagar Tharn sits on the throne pretending to be Uriel Septim the Seventh. And was killed for that knowledge. Now she communicates with us in visions as we sleep. These visions are fun and super 90s-ified, and she looks like Mariah Carey, kinda. So we call her Ghost Mariah. Give me that healing potion. But as she talks, you know, you get like one scene of her sitting there talking to you, and she works through the dialogue, and then it goes to the next scene with her working through the dialogue, and there's usually a really awkward break in conversation between the scenes. Xander says, it's even sadder how Ria never gets a mention in future games either. Yeah. Maybe she's just a footnote in Tamrielic history, because she died before seemingly having done anything. I don't know. Because we know that she's being very helpful in trying to save the Empire. But does anybody else know? I don't know. I've never played this. I don't know how it totally resolves. I mean, I assume we save the Emperor and the Empire. But I don't know. Jagar gets several references, mentions, and is even in a book. Interesting. Darn. Darn it! What's this? Okay, we got all the spiders again. Heal. Darn it. I'm very amused by that. I think I'm hilarious. I know I'm not. But I like my jokes. I don't care. Save Crypt of Hearts. There are only 3 provinces that hold any of the elven people. Perfect. Back before they had Pandia and the other elven lands. Yeah, they don't talk about the other continents yet at all. We don't talk about Yakuta or Atmora or what's to the northeast where the Siaci people are from. What am I thinking of? It's the, Akavir. Thank you, Cassandra. Akavir. You got it. There's well more elven provinces in the new lore. Yeah, for sure. Ria's awkward pausing is ridiculous. Yeah. Why do we only have games set in Tamriel? I don't know. It'd be interesting if you explored other ones. I mean, in Yakuta sank. So that's gone. That's donezo. And I don't know if we know why. Do we know why the Nords moved to, Camriel from Atmora? Was there a reason for that? I can't quite remember. Maybe there was something there that they didn't want to be in. I mean, I know they're sort of like an invading folk also. Keep the mysterious lands mysterious, Todd. Did he actually say that? Come on, Todd. Come on, Todd. He did say that, man. Amora's being frozen over. Thank you. It's great having so many people who know the lore very well in this game. I don't want to save here because I'm about to die. Let me kill this thing first. And then if I survive, I'll save. I don't want to be in a death loop. Let's have a snooze. Right by this door. We'll see where I live. Not for long. We got some spiders. And I think I saw a ghost. So many Atmorans moved to Skyrim. Of course, they come up against the snow elves who are already living in Skyrim, and then we see the elves being forced underground, taking refuge with the Dwemer, and the Dwemer requiring them to be blind in order to. What is this place? This seems weird. The dwarven. Call it betrayal? I don't know. Would you say it was a betrayal? I'm not really sure. I don't know if we actually know. Maybe we do. I'm obviously still trying to learn the lore, but it is something I want to know as much of as possible. Val says, I guess it helps keep things simple, having other lands being sunk or frozen over so they don't have to make games about them. But Akavir's fine as far as anyone Tamriel knows. We need an Akavir game. I mean, whenever it's like, you know, I think Akavir we think of as like this land of invaders, right? Like a violent tribes over there. I think you have like tiger folk and monkey folk and, you know, people that looked very different. So I think that'd be quite a lot to deal with. I don't know. About Akavir is that some of these people invaded. Traditional history holds us the Kamali and Saisi invaded Tamriel. Yeah. Couple times they invaded. Are they the ones with the snake people? Yeah, that's the Saisi. Is that Yakuta? No, Saisi are the snake people. Although there's a debate about whether they actually are snakes or if they're snake-like in like personality or something, right? Health, please. Please keep me alive. Okay, I see lots of ghosts, or at least a couple. Oh! I'm just gonna speed run to this exit. Let me just double check. This is the right way to go? Yeah. I thought I was already on the 3rd level. Guys, did I load the wrong save a while ago and just go back in time? You just can't even tell here. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna save this as Crypt of Hearts 3. Now I just feel dumb. Dang it. Darn it. Crypt of Hearts 3. Panic. Everybody panic. You enter the 3rd level again of the Crypt of Hearts. The walls are again covered with a sticky, foul-smelling, mucus-like substance. Again. In the distance, you can hear Joss screaming in agony. Sorry, Joss. Val says, yeah, I'd like to know if they're actual Nagas or Lamias or if there's something else entirely. That'd be interesting. I haven't thought of them Lamias. I hate Lamias. Or Lamias? How do you even pronounce them? I like to pronounce them as Lamia, because I hate them. A foul wind passes by? No, thank you. Lamia. We have no clue whether they were actual Naga Lamia or had parasitic abilities, took on a snake motif, or were just vampires. Vampires? I haven't heard that theory before, but it's interesting to me. I don't know where I'm meant to go. I'm gonna try to not fall in this pit. Stop. Where did this guy come from? Need to read more lore? We should start reading lore every time we stream. We should just have like a little lore session, right? History has the potentates being snake-like with mentions of tails and slithering. The ESO has Chevalier Renaud, who's just a dude with ginger hair and red eyes who talks about figuratively shedding his skin. God, metaphors. I have no idea how to pronounce them. I think you say Lamia. I mean, I think that's how I would say it, but I like saying Lamia instead. Hey, Legacy of M. Legacy of M says, I have heard Lamias myself. Okay, cool. And hello. Welcome, welcome. Lore session? We could do that, maybe. Cassandra says there was also a Elder Scrolls comic with a half Akaviri person in it who looks problematically, stereotypically Asian. They do have, like, Asian, like aesthetics for like their gear and stuff in ESO, I've noticed, when you have like the Siasy stuff and the Akaviri stuff. But yeah, I mean, obviously you don't want to have stereotypical anything and anything. Like, and I just wish they'd do something original, you know? I haven't seen that comic. Is it like an official comic or something? I'm not familiar with it. Save, save, save. Crypt of Hearts 3, because we're on the 3rd level. The blades are from Akavir? That sounds right to me. That does sound right to me. Akavir do use the Asian samurai type culture stylings, yeah. Blades are descendants of the Dragon Guard, and the Dragon Guard are the Dragon Guard from Akavir? Where am I? Guys, did we look at another map? How much time has passed since the last time I looked at a map? I feel like I should be allowed to look at a map every, you know, half an hour or so. Let's look at the map. Stand by. Third level. Alright, so we need to we started here, and we just need to go here. So if I had just U-turned and used pass wall and U-turned again, I'd be done. Let's figure out where we are. Ridiculous. I have to sneeze, hang on, hang on. Or perhaps not. Maybe because I acknowledge that I have to sneeze, I no longer have to sneeze. The Dragon Guard were Akaviri came over to invade, okay. The Akaviri culture is generally depicted as Asian in flavor, yeah. The blades and their setup is Akaviri. Okay, cool. At least we're all on the same page. So if I just go back south again. I hate this map. We're going south. To the south. To the south. They were stopped during Reeman's. Dude, I'm talking to. Oh, it's a ghoul. Where did that ghoul come from? First ghoul of the dungeon. We haven't seen one yet today. We need a health potion. Or until now. Now we've seen one. The ghoul is basically Shrek with a drumstick. They were stopped by Riemann Cyrodiil, who they proclaimed to be the Dragonborn, and went into his service as the Dragon Guard. Got it. Karma says the Akaviri were invading, heard Tiber Septim shout. I think it was him, immediately pledged service as a guard. Not Tiber. Tiber was after them, Riemann. Okay. Cool. Son of Talos. Is Riemann the son of Talos? I didn't know that. Ghoul. We got the ghouls again, guys. Ghoul it up. Okay, so here, a foul wind. Stop with the foul wind. Okay, something... I feel like I keep hearing something trying to kill me. So in theory, we just need to go here. So let's use pass wall. Nope, that's not how to do it. We might have to use 2 pass walls. Oh, we're good. We made it. Okay, I hate that though. That's not what you want to see when you're Kool-Aiding yourself through a door or wall. Riemann, then you. I read it in one of the books in Skyrim a while back. Tiber is not Riemann's father. Okay, I gotta pull up like the list of everything and kind of go through it and think about it. Riemann predates Tiber. You misread? Okay, Tiber was 3rd era. Riemann's an ancestor. Got it. Okay. Hang on, before we go there, let's get some loot. Crappy. Alright, here we go. 4th level. Does it tell me anything as I walk through here? Hang on. These stairs seem to lead deeper into the Crypt of Hearts. Crypt of Hearts 4. Actually, hang on. I'll make a new save file. Save game. Crypt of Hearts 4. Would you guys actually be interested in doing like having like a lore redeem or something, or like a lore session before getting into Elder Scrolls content? I could work on something like that if it interests you. You stand in the tombs of heroes long dead. I thought they said moon. A low moon. A low moan can be heard through these vaulted corridors. As to the Kamali Snow Demons, ESO actually takes place after their invasion of Morrowind. Okay. Stonefinger strikes again, no worry. You love the lore? It's very interesting, right? You want to do a poll for that? We could set up a poll, maybe. Set up a poll, why not? We'll do a poll. New poll. Although I do miss the Joss angry soundbite poll. I should just do that poll over and over again because it amuses me. Joss is gonna, like, rage quit. Okay. Lore session? During streams? Yes. No. I'll give you guys a few minutes to debate that. Excellent. Although, since I'm already out of my game, I am gonna take a quick look to see where I'm supposed to go on this level. On the 4th level, I go... where am I meant to go? Center, I guess. So if I go... I'm just gonna pass wall north. And then go east. Okay. That's the plan. Arena has a lot of towns that sadly don't get mentioned. Yeah, you're not wrong. There's a lot. You could look at that. Some of the names are funny, too. Our Valley Guard does show up again in ESO under the name of Hakashe. Oh, I didn't know that was Hakashe. I did not know that. So we're gonna go this way, and we're gonna pass wall up here if we can, after we kill these dudes. We're just, you know, being dudes. Hanging out. Shooting fire at nothing. For no reason. The village was called Hakashe by its Akaviri rulers, but after the events of ESO, they changed it to Valley Guard. Interesting. We were just talking about, I had a channel, a community challenge for the channel. For playing ESO, doing a tour of Tamriel, basically. I've played ESO, I've got thousands of hours of ESO, but I haven't played in more than a year. And so, save the game here. And so I've uninstalled it completely, and I canceled my ESO Plus subscription. But I canceled the community challenge because I had too many, it was too many points. It was too many points. So I have to reassess how many points is appropriate, but it'd be a bonus stream, it'd be like a 6 or 8 hour stream, I'm not really sure. Hey Hermione, how are you? Welcome, welcome, good to see you. You voted? Excellent. Xander says, ooh, that'd be cool. Karma says, are female Valley Guards Valley Girls? Maybe. Maybe. Hey, stop that. Stop that, dude. Dude. Okay, we got an Arngolem. Kill the Arngolem. And I would like some health, please. Health for me, please. I think we just go this way. Another iron. Ugh, dude.
You were a fool to confront me, and
You definitely watched the ESO tour? Okay. This is Tour of Tamriel. I'll have to get it set up again. I have to... So I think where I go wrong is what they do is they say, when you're setting it up, it says something like, people would have to contribute X number, or X number of people would have to contribute the maximum amount every day or something for it to succeed. But then you don't think about, I don't stream every day. And that's where I went wrong. Because I didn't think about how many times am I streaming in the next 30 days. And I stream regularly. I have a fixed schedule. I really, you know, especially for my subscribers, I like very much to have a fixed schedule so you guys getting your money's worth, you know what you're paying for. I stream Sundays through Wednesdays, you know, 4 to 5 hours each day, sometimes more. We're over 5 now. I'll probably wrap it up kind of soon, but not too, you know, not right this second. So I didn't count it, so it would be 16 times perhaps. And not everyone would drop the maximum each stream, Sophie, that's right. And I do redeems on my Wednesday permadeath stream. And I want people to have channel points that they can spend, you know? So I don't want them having to devote all of their channel points toward that. And these are things I didn't think about when I was trying to come up with this, so I'll keep thinking about it. Cricket says, I am the great Cornholio. I need TP for my bunghole. You know, George is a big fan of Beavis and Butthead, or at least that line, which is funny. I am the great Cornholio. He does the thing with like do this thing. You know, as one does. As one does. ESO lore is neat, albeit tends to retcon things established in older games, considered black sheep of the franchise for by many. Yeah, I have noticed that in the TES lore subreddit, which I you know, kind of poke through sometimes. I don't read religiously, but I poke through it. Okay, where am I? Did I just quit the game? I just quit the game. Hang on. Hold up. I didn't realize that. I don't know. 7 of you, everyone who voted said yes for a lore session during streams. Okay. I'll work on that. I will not have it by tomorrow, guys. Because I want it to be good. If we're doing this, I want to do it right. So. Sophie says, exactly, I banked my channel points for Wednesday. Yes, exactly. Gotta get that difficulty cranked. Yeah. Cassandra says, the biggest retcon people point out is the Khajiit first stock lore. Why is this not progressing? Okay, there it goes. Yeah, what do you mean by first stock lore? Khajiit come in 16 breeds, main counts is 17, but only 1 main at a time. Pre-ESO, 1 breed in particular, the Palmar Rot was said to be a big quadrupedal Khajiit. Another breed, she's never heard the name before, just glossed over it. Okay. You hate the keyboard on your phone, Sir Murdermint? And so do I. Thanks for being here, by the way. Let's load. My gosh, I think we're here. It says to kindly waiteth, and thus I kindly wait. As of ESO, Palma Rot are bipedal. Oh, okay, interesting. That's weird. That is weird, okay. Okay, something's attacking me, and I wish it wouldn't. You guys could settle. Oh, that's right. I remember how we died. We died at that thing. That handsome, angry dude over in the corner. Where's my healing potion? There it is. We got this, guys. You know I feel confident because I saved. Die. And there's more of them? Why are there so many of you guys? Please stop. Okay, hang on. Quick save. quick health. Heal. I'll do another one, actually. I don't... Ah, surprise, I'm invisible. Does that work? Can I be invisible now? Val says that's weird. I remember reading about the big battle cat Khajiit and wanting to see them. Cassandra says it's because pre-ESO, we only got a chart of what they should look like. We never saw any of the first docs in totality until ESO. Got it, okay. Hang on a second, I just want to look at the map again. Figure out where I'm meant to go. Okay, we're good. We're on track. On track. We're gonna go around the corner and then we're kind of going here. Here? I can't type. Okay. Well, I guess the HR department is where we're heading for. HR. I don't know. I give up. Sometimes you can't type in this game. That's a fun thing. Jumping, killing that thing if we can, and going this way. Run! You can see what looks like a large crypt or temple in the center of whatever this is, and something else happened, but I just breezed past it. Oops. I think I'm gonna do resist shock. I feel like that's what's being shouted at me. And we'll do another healing potion, and we'll kill this thing if we can, or we'll just fall into a pit. That's also something I sometimes choose to do. By choice. By choice. Cassandra says only first socks to get depicted pre-ESO is the Cathay, Suthe, and Oms. Okay. I like the Alfiq, because they're cute. Maybe that's mean. I don't know. Maybe that's... Is that not... Maybe that's not PC. Alright, we're gonna try to go this way. If I can jump over there. We're gonna aim for that fire. We're gonna miss. And we're gonna run directly into this wall. Just push against it real hard and see if we can let us levitate. And it did. Murdermitten says, LOL, I was trying to erase part of my first message saying hello because you already answered the question I was going to ask. Ah, no worries. Welcome. Thanks for being here. Hello. Hello to you. And to your cats. Who I just assume are with you at all times. Let's go in here. Oh, it's a riddle. Guys, I'd like to try to figure this out without you guys telling me, so give me just a second to read it, and if I need help, I will ask. But first, Karma says, I want to play a Maine Coon-sized mage tabby cat Khajiit. Yeah, like an Alfiq, that'd be incredible. Cassandra said, fun fact, Daggerfall has the only chance you can, I can't ever say this word, guys. Canonically, play as an Oms Khajiit, as if you were in the canon, with canon. A lore-accurate opportunity to play. Why can't I say that word? Okay, let me read this. Few have gained these hallowed halls, brave fools who wouldst face the puzzle. There is a thing which nothing is, yet it has a name. It's sometimes tall, it's sometimes short. It tumbles when we fall, it joins our sport, and plays at every game. What then doth I speak of? I think it's a shadow. I feel like it has to be a shadow. Does anybody think it's not a shadow? That feels shadowy. Alfiq, I couldn't remember what they're called. Yeah, let's try shadow. If it lets us type, and it does. Miracle of miracles. Thou art correct, mortal. Proceed to thy fate. Are we being attacked? Can we not be attacked? Is there something in here that wants to kill us? Of course there is. It's that thing! It's a big ol' angry thing. I died.
You were a fool to confront
But
me. And
at
now
least we know the
pay
answer.
ultimate
We know the answer. Do a little rip. And we're gonna find our way back over there. Back when Tamrielic and Cyrodiilic was medieval English. It is a lot of that. Where are we? Oh no. We have quite a ways to go. Ugh. I should have saved. Why didn't I save after killing these things? I should have. Did I seriously not? Let's do invisibility, I think. Let's see how far I can get while invisible. Maybe things won't kill me? I don't know. Does this guy see me? Does the iron golem see me? No, he doesn't. He's just strolling. Just strolling, having a nice little walk-in place. That thing sees me probably. Hang on, let me kill this thing. Am I still invisible? I am invisible. I'll save game here in the pit. The pit of despair. That's a thing. Let's go this way. I always love the idea that English and lore is just the language of Tamrielic or Cyrodiilic because Imperials are just that imperialistic. That's interesting. It's an interesting idea. We're gonna try. Okay, that thing.
You were a fool!
It saw us. I don't know if it can see invisible things or if our invisibility potion ran out at the wrong time. The exact wrong time. I don't know. Let's try again. A 15-time death day is not too bad. All things considered. Let's take another, we'll do another healing potion. Chaco, baby boy, I love you. You want to say hi to everybody? Do you want to say hi? You guys want to say hi to Chaco? Heal potion. Do another invisibility potion. I'll do a save. Come to think of it, because I don't want to do that again. Let's see if I can get him to come up here. Let's see. Sometimes if I whistle, he jumps up here. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'm being attacked. Help. Golly. Dude. Thank you. You want to say hi to chat? You want to say hi to chat? Look over here. Look over here. Say hi. Okay, or just keep licking me. That's fine too. Okay. Baby boy, you want to turn around and sit down, please? Mauled with love, I know, right? Hang on. God. And he just jumped off me again. He's like, that was enough. He said hi, he licked most of my face. That was something. Where are the Chaco? We found him. We found him. There are a few races of Tamriel that are considered extinct or missing. Like which? He doesn't have much love to give. He's a giver. We're gonna go over here. We're gonna jump across this thing. Am I still invisible? I don't know. Maybe we'll go this way and ignore that thing. The goal is to avoid running into the demon thing, whatever it's called, and just kind of bypass that and just... We'll save after we complete the riddle, which we know is Shadow, because we just did this before we died. We'll save it right here. And let me see if we can kill this thing on the inside. Whew, we got this. This looks like Doom. Yeah, this Doom came out, I think, right before this, dude. I think it was 1993. This is 1994. Please die. I just need you to die. If you would just die, that would be just super great. I think he did. I think he did. Our health is bad, though. It is no bueno. Okay, we're gonna go this way, turn around. Oh, it didn't die. Or maybe there were two. Were there two of them? I wish they had health bars. So I would know if I'm actually making progress as I flail about. The Dunmer or dwarves are regarded. Dwarves are the Dwemer, the Dunmer, or the Dark Elves. Heal true, but you're. That's true. That's true. But who else? Who else is considered extinct or missing? We're gonna save right here. Actually, I'm gonna collect this. Guys, anybody who's listening, especially if you have headphones in, I'm gonna warn you, this is gonna be loud for just a second. Just a second. So anybody lurking, hello, wake up just for just a little second here and take your headphones, your earbuds out of your ear. Noise in 3, 2, 1. There we go. The 6th piece of the Staff of Chaos slides into the nearly complete rod, like a sword into a sheath. We have 6 pieces of the Staff of Chaos. I don't know if there's 7 or if there are 8, but we're getting there. Similar time frame? Doom in this, yeah. Where sharks are, but rumor. But also said to be real. Oh, we woke up Brandel. Good morning, Brandel. Did you have a nice nap? I say nap, I know you're working. I assume you don't sleep at work. I mean, if you do, it doesn't affect me at all. I'm gonna save the game. Cassandra says the Kothringi, a subrace of Needs that lived in Argonia. They were silver-skinned. The Keptu, a mother tribe of Needs assimilated into the Imperials. The Malmer, not really missing the Sea Elves. I'm familiar with them. They lived in Pyadania. Aliads, of course, if Aliads, I know the Aliads. While the culture died with the Alessian rebellion, there's a possibility that ally with Alessia around still. That's so funny, because if I had given it any thought, I could have listed a few of those. I wouldn't have thought of the Kothringi or the Keptu, but I would have thought of the Aliads at least. I would have thought of the Dwemer. I'm familiar with the Malmor, but I think they're, like you said, they're not really missing. They're not really, we don't see many of them. We do see them a little bit in ESO. Pure snow elves are extremely rare. We see some surprisingly pale and hurt your eyes bright snow elves in Skyrim in the Dawn Guard storyline. Cassandra says the Limothit, an extinct race of fox people. I've heard of them, who built Lilmuth and Blackmarsh. They died of the Canaan flu. Interesting. Okay. That's so interesting. Thank you for sharing all this. I do think I'm gonna call it here though for the day. We are over my time a bit, and I gotta get going with dinner and stuff. But I've had a lot of fun. I hope you guys have had a lot of fun also. I will be resuming this tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern, noon Eastern time. We're gonna raid out. I hope you guys will stick around for the raid. Let's find somebody to say hello to say hi. We'll hype up somebody. We'll keep the party going. We'll do all that stuff. I think I saved. Let me just double check that I saved. Extra save. How to drop to DOS. Get out of this game. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you very much for being here, everybody. I do have some thank yous to go through, of course, before I depart for the day. But let's identify who we're raiding first. Let's see if anybody at all is playing Arena. First of all. Or if it's just us. Oh, there are some people playing Arena, so we can keep Arena going. I think. Oh no, they're playing ESO. They're doing arenas in ESO. Disregard. We'll skip that. Okay. Do we know anybody online? Soup, thanks for being here. Randall, thanks for being here. Val, thank you for being here. Hermione, Hugspark back at you, thanks for being here. You too, Sir Murder Mittens. Let's see. Who's playing? Anybody playing Skyrim that we know? No, surprisingly. Surprisingly, no. Let's see. But you know, we do have a friend of stream who is playing, who does stream Skyrim, is new to playing Skyrim, is not playing Skyrim today, but I'd love to introduce you to him and his content and his community. It's fantastic over there. You're gonna love the vibes. He's a really nice guy, and I hope you guys will hang out and say hello to the one and only Canadian Moose Plays. let's get the raid going over there. I want to say, first of all, before we get out of here, thank you very much to my mods. You guys are incredible. I appreciate your help. Thank you for keeping me safe and keeping this place fun. You guys rock. Thank you so much for the follows and the resub today, Wolf G. Thank you for that. Thank you, Airbeast, for the raid. It's incredible of you. It means a lot to me. Thank you very much for bringing your community over here. Thank you for the bits. It was a fun stream today, guys. As I said, I'll pick it up tomorrow, 12 p.m. 12 p.m. for more arena. More arena. Canadian. I can spell. Awesome. Let me get my, I do have my raid messages here. We'll get that going. And let me wrap up the prediction too. Did it crash today? No, no prediction at all. None. All right. I will see you over in Moose's stream. I will see you tomorrow for a more arena. And until then, everybody, happy adventuring.